I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside.
All right.
You're just a ghost, you're never there.
All right, we need to do some of the stuff real fast. Get it out of the way. We look it over to callings. We missed a calling. We didn't do one of our callings yesterday. Whoops. Well, it's a good thing we don't get anything too great from callings anymore. Callings were really cool initially because you could get like worthwhile gear out of it. But now you don't. Now it's just kind of like, meh. Wow, I can do all three of my callings in Revendrete. All right, that's easy. Yeah, dude. I've been loving Rip Paladin's getting strong. Dude, I told people it was going to happen. I literally told people during beta, wow, Rip Paladin scaling is insane. They get so much stronger as we get more gear. Like, no, it's going to be fine. Okay. It's going to be totally fine, dude. Rip Paladin totally not just, you know, crushing people with insane damaging Templar verdicts. No, I didn't. I actually don't think I have any of those guys. I don't think I follow any of them on Twitter. Yeah. But before that, dude, something's got to be done about fire mages. Fire mages are the most unfun thing to play against. They're out here acting like nothing's wrong with them. More so fire mage, yes. But see, for me, it's more of like, so like, fire mage, it's actually insane. Because originally my whole thing with like Windwalker was like, oh, they have so much damage, they have so much mobility. But then it's like fire mage is like, oh, they have so much damage, so much mobility, so much CC, and so much healing. I'm like, wait. Hold on. Wait, what is this? It's just like, and hey, you know the best part of it? You know the best part of it? Remember before Shadowlands came out and all the mage players were saying that they should totally get Deep Freeze back? Yeah, that'd be a great idea, by the way. Yeah, they totally need it. You know what I'd be okay with, Zeke? You know what I would be okay with? Nerf Enhancement's healing by half, give us Shamanistic Rage, and stop making Healing Surge cost mana when we use 5 stacks of Maelstrom. I will take a 50% healing nerf for that. I don't know why they make it still cost mana for us. Because that's the jacked up thing for us when we get, like... I mean, that's the advantage paladins have with a lot of things, is the fact that they're able to use War Glory, which doesn't cost any of their mana. I already have 6 souls. Okay. Yeah, it's stupid that we're getting screwed by double resource spending. Especially when we also use so much mana right now, purging. Like I literally had to get dude, I was getting into it on my Twitter with people today. I got fucking I literally made the point of like, oh, okay, so mages can spam poly and teleport while casting Poly, but it'd be too OP for enhancements to be able to use Hex one time instantaneously at the cost of 5 Maelstrom every 20 seconds. Okay. And so then, you know, naturally that post got flooded by a bunch of mage players trying to defend and justify it. And it's like I had to explain to one person, like so many people don't know like what it's like for, like they don't understand like what enhancement shaman is and what they have available. They just see the big healing and think that it's like OP, but like they don't actually understand that it uses one heal is 25% of our mana, one purge is 10% of our mana. And it's like their argument to me, I was like, okay, first of all, you're a fire mage. You literally have more healing than we do. He's like, okay, yeah, our healing is kind of insane right now, but it's all purgeable. And I'm like, do you know how many times I have to purge, first of all, with your Triune Ward being on a 30-second cooldown, and that it uses up so much mana? He's like, well, purge is relatively low mana, isn't it? I'm like, it's 10%. That's not low. Considering how much I have to purge with your Triune every 30 seconds? No. Go constantly. Now, mages will never acknowledge like the strength of their class and the fact that they've literally been a meta class in PvP since their inception. Literally since the beginning of the game, mage has never been bad in PvP. The mages get ringed down by all the melees and never get cashed. The only class that's even like remotely possibly true for them is like rogue. And like I feel like the only other class that could like really make use of that would be like warrior being able to, you know, charge and heroic leap around after them and stuff, and then Spirit Bastion. Like that's it. It's better off than most right now. I would say without Spirit Bastion, you're actually in a much more difficult position as a warrior. Dude, Frost Mage is about to be good, dude. I've seen more Frost Mages popping up again now that they got buffed. Fuck. I actually watched a Frost Mage almost 100 to 0 somebody in 1cc. Good day, Techno. How you doing? I think we're potentially on the cusp of like Frost Mage being really good again, which is a terrifying feeling. Ah, dude. I was gonna say this. This seemed like a weird time for you to be up. Oh no, dude. This Frost Mage literally like practically instantly killed this Druid, like in 1cc. He got the root set up he got the root set up, and then he did 6k ice lance with a 6k frozen whatever thing it is. It's like a, you know, it does like magic damage to you, and then it like roots everybody else around that person or slows them, whatever. Oh, sorry, no, he wants to drink. That one hit for like 6k, and then he did that freaking that like ice meteor shower thing. It looks, you know, looks like freaking meteor. It looks like wave meteor in Arcage. Everything where it looks like just like 5 freaking giant snowballs come plummeting. Is that Comet Storm? Okay, that, and that like practically killed the guy. Fortunately, I just came out of a poly and managed to heal him, but he was dead, like dead. I know people are not looking forward to the revival of Frost Mage. It's a lot of CC. 5:30 in the morning, not my time at all. No, that does not sound like a time at all for you. The coin of brokerage. All right, let me go get this chest so I can get the coin. No, it's Comet something. It's whatever. Wait, down below? Of course it's gonna be down below. All right. So I'm thinking about potentially PoE. Oh yeah, PoE League tomorrow, huh? I don't know how I feel about that. No gliders, huh? No, I don't have any gliders. That's true. You got to download in time, and you guys got to get in queue. I don't know. So, like, my whole thing with PoE is I kind of like I lost a lot of interest in PoE because, what the f is this? What? Oh my god. Okay, I see it. Whatchamacallit? All the dead bodies. There's so many corpses here. Okay. Sorry, I got a good chuckle out of that. My whole thing with PoE is that, so, you know, I'm, you know, I like melee. I don't like playing like castery stuff or range stuff. You know, I'm a melee boy, but like PoE is all about making a melee into a ranged, essentially. But most PoE League builds for melee just end up devolving into a Cyclone build, which is, you know, you just Beyblade around the map, which I don't know. I don't find that particularly like fun or engaging. But then it's all about like, you know, turning your melee ability into as much of a ranged ability as possible with things like, you know, like things like Reeve and whatnot, where you're essentially doing air slashes the entire length of the map, like the entire length of your screen. But that's just the way PoE is. It's like, you know, you're not meant to be like in melee. It's where you take all the damage. Berserker got buffed? Buffed in what way? I know they did. I know there were some like changes and stuff, but I just don't know. I don't follow PoE too heavily. Well, okay then. Clearly wasn't that important of a change. Let's see here. Was it just Cyclone builds, dude. Literally type in PoE Berserker and it's just Cyclone, 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 Cyclone. Everything's a Cyclone build. Makes me sad. More rage, more attack speed, more leech. I could never get into PoE. Big Diablo fan, but every time I try PoE, I couldn't stick with it. PoE is rough to get into as much of an info. It's a pretty large info dump, for sure. It's just he just cleared out everything here, so there's no mobs at the moment. The biggest difference is I don't know. I guess the thing I didn't like about PoE, you just found a gray beard in your beard, buddy. I got a whole slew of them, way ahead of you. I guess the thing for me about PoE was that PoE primarily became just like about just enhancing one ability as much as possible and then just like killing everything with that one ability. It's like you take one skill for mobility and then you just like enhance the Living Daylight's 6-link. One ability to be the thing that you use to like kill everything, and then everything else are like passive slots. I definitely did a lot more ability weaving with Diablo. But I also played Monk, so like But that's also the thing, Zeke, that I originally liked about what's it called? The game that completely flopped. The ARPG that completely just crapped on itself. Wilson? Wilson was, I definitely used multiple skills. Wilson felt a little bit different in terms of that for its combat, but everything else about Wilson was awful. The game was just not ready to be released, unfortunately. There were so many other things that were broken with Wilson. Or I think the talent board had a broken thing with HP scaling that caused for some really stupid builds. An 85%. Need more. You had a ton of fun going back to D3 this season, did you? That's good. They're different, but the same. I know a lot of people like D3 because they like being able to see their damage. But that's also one of the things like some people like about PoE is that you don't see damage. Could you also imagine how much worse the on-screen lag would be in PoE if you could see? If you did see damage numbers? Huh. Alright, I need to get out of here. I need to go over here. I need to go to the Pridefall Hamlet. Alright, well, let's go back, turn in these two quests, and then we'll teleport over to the Pridefall Hamlet. Now that we have the mirror open for it. I'm definitely interested to see what they do with D4. I think everybody is. I know a lot of people are interested to check out PoE's shape shifting. I thought Torghast was D4. Good one. I wouldn't be worried about that. I mean, what do you mean no content? Like, okay. What do you mean no content? ARPGs are all the same repeatable content. You essentially kill the same thing in PoE over and over again as well. What's the end game been in PoE for a while now? Mapping? How is that any different than Rifts? I mean, other than that, like, you fill out a map and go different routes. but they're essentially the same like concept in terms of what their purpose is and what they do.
It is dark outside, you're probably not at home. I just wanna ride my
Some real weird rock from Pretzel Rock. I don't know. I lied. It took D3 going into maintenance mode to get seasonal flavoring and development. Sure, but I think I'd also like to believe that, like, hey, they're aware of that and they're not going to let that be an issue at the start of D4. I mean, for starters, we know seasonal stuff is probably going to be a thing from the get-go. Now, with D4. But furthermore, one of the things about D4 that's going to be nice is D4 is going to function in an open world scenario. That's already something that'll have an interesting twist on it, is the fact that you will see other people out there in the world with you. I'm just excited to have like the old talent system, like the, you know, older systems back, you know. I got to play the demo for it when I was at BlizzCon the last time. It looked and felt very good overall, and it was just cool to see the old like talent system. Now their tree thing that they're gonna try to implement, which is like that special thing, that I have no idea how that's gonna play out. That tree looks freaking weird. It's their own way of trying to do something, you know, PoE flavored-esque with their own twist on it, which I don't know. That'll either work in their favor or backfire and work against them. But I think here's one of the issues Diablo 4 is going to face. You are going to have a lot of people going into Diablo 4 wanting it to be like PoE. But you know, people need to understand that like they're different games that scratch a different itch. Like if you wanted D4 to be like PoE, just play PoE. Like I don't. I mean, it was kind of like one of those things. It was like literally one of those things of when I know that D4 was like at the last BlizzCon, they were showing everything off and talking about all their systems and like the things they were going to do. And I think it was literally like Quinn who was doing a broadcast and was going like, oh, well, yeah, but you know, like PoE did this really well and they, you know, they did this. So it'd be really cool if they did this. And PoE also did this with this. And so it'd be cool if Diablo did this. And it's like, well, it sounds like you just want PoE. Like at that point, like, I don't know. Like just play PoE at that point, you know? It doesn't matter if he's an idiot or not. He's one of the largest influence faces in the PoE community, next to like Matt and like Ziz. I mean, they literally had him on one of their didn't they have him like at the freaking, I know he was at like some special event of theirs, like specifically. That's why a game I love fails, because they expect it to be like every other game on the market. See, this is when I would like a glider. but Pippa hands. Oh, if only I had my feral lunge talent right now. Wait. Hold on. I know I have them. Where are they? Worth it. What? What do you mean? All right, I just got trolled. All right, feral lunge decided to not work. Thanks, Blizzard. This is why we can't have nice things, Blizzard. This is good. I need to come over here anyways to do my my Gorger quest. Where is he? There he is. There's my Gorgy boy. Slow fall flying mount blocks? Never. Alright, let's go get this last thing. It's gonna be underground. JK? Alright, it says it's down below, but secret treasure. How does one get to said secret treasure? Blizzard. Oh well. Is there any other secret treasure? We'll have to go get that one, I guess. It's a secret. Wouldn't be much of a secret treasure if you were able to just find it. Fair. Fair. Go to our Gorger quest. The Endemire is weakening your soul. I don't know. I don't know which one this is. It's not labeled. We'll go back to it in a second once we finish this. I need 12 more Endmire fruit. So I've thought about going a double endurance route, no finesse for my PvP. As much as I like having the Spirit Walker's Grace when I bloodlust, I feel like getting that the Earth Ellie 27% more HP and the 21% increased healing on my Healing Surge is just too valuable. Being able to have both, since the thing that we lack so much is survivability. And then I'd consider dropping, I would actually consider dropping Nature's Guardian altogether. Because with how popular Priest is right now, I mean, you're literally going to just get cucked by frickin' mind games. Shock D and yeah, I've seen a pretty split like usage of it across the board. He does it with Theotar. Why Theotar? That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing with Theotar originally. Actually, that's what I was originally doing. But why wouldn't you just do it with Draven? I guess because Door, you can use Door to free you from roots and snares, technically. But I kind of like the idea of getting that 10%. This was before Draven was available. Oh, okay. Lunar, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so before he might use Draven now. Okay. Because like I don't know, the 10% damage reduction is pretty big. I like to believe. I mean, long term, once it opens up, I'll go this route, and I'm probably just gonna go right here, Superior Tactics. So I'll still get the double endurance conduit, but for now, this is what I would use. But then I'd also still be able to get the finesse, because this is, I don't know, maybe. But I don't know, getting 10% crit chance for interrupting or dispelling can be really solid. It'll be interesting. I think it's totally borked to that. So next week, everybody's gonna be using Nagia. Everyone is using their first soulbind next week. If you're PvPing or PvEing. Most likely. Because she's the only one that's going to have this row of soulbinds unlocked. Unless they give us 4 renown ranks next week. Because she's the only one that's going to have that final row of soulbinds available. So that's going to open up the opportunity for the first time for double potency conduits for a lot of people. We'll see though. I know for some classes, double potency is more valuable than others. Some classes, you know, double potency doesn't matter. Like enhanced double potency doesn't matter that much. Our potency conduits are kind of not amazing in comparison to, like, I don't know, Ret Paladin's Templar Verdict hitting an extra time for 30% of its damage. Arms Warrior Mortal Strike hitting an additional time. Right. No. We literally, yeah. There's no way for us to get double potency All of our third potency, all of our potency is all the way down here. It's all in the final row. Hey, do it, man. Take care of yourself. Get some sleep. That's the most important thing, is you take care of yourself. Bingsky, 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 are you there? Bingsky. Because I have a screenshot to show you. Nonsense. All right, let's go check out where this. Let's go check out the secret treasure. Because just F this, dude. All right, what we got here? This one's Death's End. Used cracked crate to open a secret passage. I don't see a cracked crate. I hear it. Oh, here it is. What? That wasn't interactable earlier. Whatever. I knew something wasn't right. I feel robbed. All right, and now we can go turn both those in. All right. Cool, done. Bada boom, bada bing. Out of here. General Draven, any good in PvP? Yeah, actually. He would be your primary one in PvE. PvP, most likely. PvP. The fact that you get 10% damage reduction when you drop below 40% is incredibly valuable. That's who I use for PvP anyways. Before then I was using Theodore. Hey, hold on, the mirror's back here. All right, now. Doop, doop, doop. I like being able to have these. Draven. Yeah, let's give that a go. So what's this gonna put our HP pull at? What's that put us to? 44k health? Okay. That doesn't seem like a 27% increase in my max HP, but sure. I guess it would be 34K. And he goes away with the Rock Alley goes away. At 34,000. No. That's only. All right, hold on. Let me see something here. $27% of 34,000. $27% of 34,000. 9,180. I guess, yeah. 9,180 increase. It's closer to 35,000, but okay, so let's say, yeah, I guess it'd just be a 10K increase essentially. All right, it's on the money. All right, now we're gonna go up. Yeah. Oh yeah, because if we do this, if we do that with, now here's my question. Will the increased health amount from it stay the same? Even after the trinket's HP wears off? We lose a lot of haste with that, though. I lose a lot of haste swapping out that trinket. That's one of the things I've still been trying to figure out in the build at the moment. I'm trying to determine how much averse I want to give up for more haste. Hmm. Hey, you just don't get anything from these. It's literally just, you're just getting these things for gold. At this point, essentially. The chest. What do the other call-ins get? All right, so here, we're gonna pop this. There's an increase. So this puts us at 56,000 health. That's a lot of health. that's a lot of HP, man. Okay, cool. Yeah. So it doesn't. Okay. It doesn't factor that in with it. It's the same amount. So we get, it gives us more. It takes what our HP is at the time, and it keeps that through, and then once that one drops off, it goes to the next value. I got a 197 health from the other one in Bastion, and you can still get conduits. Well, I think the reason why I can't get any conduits is that I think I have all my conduits at a higher, yeah, and all my conduits that are at 200 or higher, except for Astral Protection, which whatever. This one is. If you could use, this would be amazing if we could use Reincarnate in PvP in arenas. Hell, might as well let us with freaking Pod Tender existing. Shit. Oh. All right. When a nearby ally gains temporary increased movement speed, you also gain the benefit up to 30%. I mean, that'll be nice. You know, you get move speed whenever your ally gives themselves move speed. Dude, we tanked our 2's rating. Our 2's rating got fucked. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. I was helping someone cap out their honor for the quest. Because it needed to be rated arenas. Rated arena honor gains for that one quest for the weekly. And then the other time I did it, I queued with a friend. It's somebody who's very good at PvP in other games. Very good at PvP in other games. Not World of Warcraft. He was playing a Shadow Priest with no PvP gear. So he had no verse. And he literally just got rolled over. I was like, alright, we need to stop this. I can't help you. Shadow Priest Enhanced, first of all, probably not a comp. and he had no gear. You should have told him all he needed to get was the slow legendary and he'd be good to go. Dude, everybody's getting ready to roll. Everybody's re-rolling Fire Mage right now. Super, dude. Get in, loser. We're re-rolling Fire Mages. Literally the caster community right now. Everybody waiting for Ellie to get... Everybody waiting for Ellie and Boomkin to get nerfed. I saw you say something earlier about you're waiting for Ellie to get nerfed and I haven't seen it. I didn't read it. I'm waiting for Ellie nerfs. I got 2 crits on Stormkeeper with Lightning Bolts. Both hit for 12k. Yeah. You're making an Enhancement Shaman, Rec. Okay. Why? What's your reason? What drives you? What compels you to make such a dangerous but enjoyable decision? If Ellie gets nerfed before Fire Mage, I'm rolling a Mage to prove how dumb it is, because I'm pretty sure I can play it even though I've never played Mage in PvP. Oh, probably. Been playing Rogue since TVC, just super bored, want to play another melee. Okay. Ooh. Going from Rogue to Enhancement Shaman? Oh, you're in for a rude awakening. Prepare to be made into every Rogue's biatch. That's your life as a shaman. You're gonna be every Rogue's bitch. Did you not like being able to escape combat? You went from one of the like most difficult to kill classes to the easiest to kill class out of all the melees. Out of all the melees, Enhancement Shaman is the easiest one to kill. But you will have fun. So if you're bored, maybe that works out. All right, so I need to figure out what I want to drop in order to get how much. Fuck. What's insane is how much is the fact that like literally all of my gear is haste verse. Dude, our haste scaling is actually asshole. We have 500 haste and it's only 16%. Mother effer. What's our lowest bit of verse that we can change out for more agi or for more haste? That's the thing though, is all of my gear has haste. Literally everything I'm wearing has haste on it except for my cloak, but my cloak doesn't. I guess I could go get a 197 cloak now. Before it would have been 184, which would have been like, but like my belt. Can't do that while in combat. I'm in combat? Hello? So weird. God, dude, that's not enough though. And we lose so much burst too. We only got 16% haste. Yeah, I hated having the ability to pick and choose my engages, multiple offensives, and escapes. Well, you literally summed up Enhancement Shaman in one message. Yeah. Am I doing the self-deprecating thing right? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You have to hate your life to play Enhancement Shaman. You nailed it. Nailed it right on the head. You literally summed up. You literally summed up Enhancement Shaman. That's literally the life of Enhancement Shaman. Oh, dude, that happened to me. Zeke, literally every arena that I signed up for and every dungeon I signed up for since this week started was Ellie ? RBG's Ellie ? Are you Ellie? Are you Ellie? Hey, are you Ellie? Oh. Hey, what's up, Super? Dude, I don't know. We do well in like we do well in arena too. Or not arena, dungeons. Well, I'm at the point where it's like everything I'm doing is 14 and 15s, so like enhancement isn't as ideal. But it's like it just sucks. It sucks when I'm playing enhancement and it feels like I'm freaking absolutely popping off on a mob. And it's like I'm doing 6k DPS on like this trash bowl, like maintaining it like without using like big cooldowns or something. Right, like I haven't popped Ascendance or anything like that, right? Just normal stuff, right? And then freaking, you know, I look over, Fire Mage, 15k. Marksman Hunter, 12k, and I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. Frostwitch, you find with the occasional overriding of proc with Legendary? Yeah, occasionally. It's not too bad. It's definitely there, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh my god. Okay, so I lost all my health there, it looks like. I don't know what he hit me with, but mother effer truck slapped me. Is a healer chamois? Oh yeah, I need to put a keybind for that. I actually do not have one. Our team's getting massacred. Our team doesn't do damage. People are leaving. Yep. You got too many undergeared people. I got a mage with 20k health, a healer with 23k health. I'm gonna get absolutely steamrolled. Wind striking, yeah, no. Wind striking can proc it. Yep. Anything that applies to storm strike is factored in, is included. When we talk about like things like wind striking. Jesus. He died to the General Draven explosion. He died to the corpse explosion. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god. Oh man, that did not just happen. No, that's someone else. Oh Lord, that was good. That was good. Anyone want to go for their EFC? Yeah. On the way. Going. RFC is about to get bodied. I love just all of my damage being prevented by parry. I mean, kill EFC and we win. Just one time. Papa, relax. Let's go, baby. Defending the living daylights out of this. You just gotta hold them off. Jove, thanks so much for the follow. Oh, you know they're bad. Woo. Break. Oh my gosh. Good W. Good W. Whole team quits. Half the team quits and we still win because we got people who weren't shitters that replaced them. People who weren't willing to just quit. That's what you like to see, ladies and gentlemen. You like to see people stick it out. We had a nice 10.5k LE blast in there. Feels pretty good. Actually, here, hold on one second. Let me take my dog out to use the bathroom real fast, and we will be right back. Sorry. I do also need to do Torghast because I need to get my Soul Ash to upgrade more of my legendaries. All right, we're back. Set this. Boop. We're back. Okay, here we go. We gotta work on their, gotta work on Pretzel Rock's music playlist for us. The Arena World Championship begins tomorrow. Big excite. We'll be watching that for sure. So tomorrow at 1 p.m. is going to be the EU Cup. Saturday will be the NA Cup. And then the week after will be the MDI. Oh, okay. There's a lot. How effective do you feel the legendary is? Legacy? It does its trick at times. Oh, fuck. That was shaman. But we're boned. It's more reliable. I would say across the board, I find it more reliable. Just because it's something definitive. Do I order Monster by the case? I actually don't order Monster at all. I'll buy it by like a 10 case, by a 10 pack, or a, or is he wanting me to put Earth Shield on him as well so that we can both technically do this? I guess that's the trick. Okay, he already got freaking hit. Okay. I don't know what just happened, but something happened. I don't know where all their damage was. I just ate all the CCs and we chilled. The Chain Harvey stole. Counter-Strike Totem. Counter-Strike Totem with the 7k reflect. Get the fuck out of here, dude. So basically, Steady Page, it really depends on what we're fighting against. It depends, like, I'm finding as time goes on, I'm finding Wind Fury, I'm finding Doom Winds to be less and less effective in PvP. In like skirmishes, it's super easy. It's like it's total pub stomper. But as you do more rated arena and with the comps that people are using and the fact that people literally know that you're a one trick when you're running Doom Winds, doesn't feel very good, because as soon as you put down that Wind Fury totem, you get feared, you get cycloned, you get polyed, you get stunned, you get disarmed. Like, people are literally looking for an enhancement shaman to put down their Wind Fury totem, and as soon as it happens, they just completely negate all of your damage that you do with it. Like, they don't even have to use a defensive. They just have to prevent you from doing damage. They just have to prevent you from being able to attack. They don't even need to use their wall for it. And unless you already have 5 stacks of Forceful Winds up, that first attack that you do with Doom Winds isn't even going to do a lot. Because you have to build up the stacks of Forceful Winds first to make your Wind Fury do more damage. So it's kind of tricky. I'd say overall Doom Winds is still probably better, but it's still pretty easy to like full counter it. Especially with how many warriors there are. Like with how many warriors you're going to see. It's just not fun. I'll be honest. Because you pop Doom Winds, they can retell. Pop Doom Winds, they can stun you. Pop Doom Winds, they can disarm you. There's like multiple things that a warrior can do to just cuck your Doom Winds window. Monks can do it all. So can Paladin. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. Let's line it up. Okay, big hit. There. Mother effer. I assume Venthyr. I was just wondering. Quick question. Buddy started playing WoW. He's playing Enhanced Shaman, but only wants to PvP. Which covers the desperate PvP at the moment? Venthyr, 100%. It'll be that warrior. Worthless. And then you get warriors that are like that. That, you know, don't do anything to prevent your damage. Bingsky, I was looking for you earlier. This. Bingsky, this was literally, I have 27% versatility, Binks. And I had Astral Shift pop. And this mother effer still hit for 17k with a Templar Verdict. Nobody listened to me about Red Paladin damage scaling. Nobody. I told people back in beta that Rhett's damage scaling beyond 213 eye level was insane in PvP. Nope. Keep in mind, so like, this was Judgment. This was, an 8k judgment followed by multiple 4k judgments. Hit 5 times. This Wake of Ashes hit me for 12k. Did 17k total because it hit, you know, somebody else. The Shield of Vengeance, the thing that, you know, the thing that explodes, 10k damage. And then just everything else on top of all the Templar Verdict damage. Like, what do you, like, how, like, what am I supposed to do? just hate Ret. But more than Ret, I hate fire mages. I hate fire mages more than I hate Ret paladins. Destro scaling? Yeah, Destro is gonna be. We'll look at this in a moment. The one Chaos Bolt, 10k. Are we doing this? Are we partying? Looks like we're partying. Are we dancing? You lost the dance. Oh, the disorient. Give me that. Come here, chicken. Come here. Come into my line of sight again. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. No. Not like that. No. Swear to God. Ah! Fucking druids! In a month when Warlocks get more potency conduits and even more gear, they will literally be tanks with 50% HP. Well, depending on what Covenant they already have double potency conduits. Just cancel his convoke? Oh, mother. Look at the plays. Woo! That was clean. good grounding. Good old cap totem. Yeah, dude, you just put down a cap totem and then they just kill the cap totem and then you don't get your stun off. I love having a stun that can just be broken. Just killed. Feels so good, dude. Feels so good that my only hard CC can be attacked and stopped by everything. Thanks, Blizzard. Lightning lasso when, please? Just sits in bear form and heals for an insane amount. Good job, team. Destro, I don't know, but the Destro lock I was with ran Soul Rot. I don't know. I definitely think Warlock is going to get interesting for sure. It's an instant cast. So this is a 13-second cooldown instant cast. Generates 5 soul shard fragments. Damage is further increased by your critical strike chance. That's right. Doesn't and Chaos Bolt can only critically strike, can't it? Yeah. I think people use Soul Rot because Life Drain is still just insane. But I mean, about a week and a half ago, I was seeing Warlocks. I saw some Warlocks Warlock's hitting like 12k chaos bolts, just pumping them out. So it's definitely a thing to be, you know, aware of and keep eyes on. Let's see, what else could we do? What else do we drop? Try this out. I think that's it. I think it's just everything is haste mastery. I don't think we have any like burst mastery. That's gonna be the next thing that I test out, Zeke. I want to test out a verse mastery stacking setup for running a for doing like an Ellie Blast setup. Just make your Ellie Blast as big dick as possible. I think there's a lot. I think there's a handful of people who are going mastery on their enhance. But because they want more Wind Fury and more Stormbringer procs. Dude, I didn't see any enhanced when I from what I saw playing it back, looking through yesterday's like all these streams, I didn't see anybody playing enhance. Alright, well, we won that. Oh, and because your Ascendance damage. Make sure Ascendance hit harder, too. Forgot about that. Yeah. I think some of the lower seeded teams play some turbo, but not any known people. So none of the teams that progressed. Pretty much, yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm telling you, dude, we're not gonna see any enhance. Like, I don't think people really don't realize that enhances, there is no place for enhance in the arena meta. Like, it actually just doesn't have a place. Because Windwalker and Warrior will always be on the other side of it. On top of the fact that you're like the easiest thing to kill. Out of all the melee classes, you're the easiest one to kill. So it's like... Maxim played only as Warrior. Doesn't surprise me. Oh, this is the dude I was with earlier. I think. Yeah. So what you do in this situation is you both give each other Earth Shield so that you can both also put Lightning Shield on. Yeah. No need for Grounding Totem here. We'll go Counter Strike. We're double enhanced. We're just going to put down double Counter Strike on this rogue, I guess. Oh my gosh. I think what's insane there is the fact that I still almost died. I honestly didn't even keep track of what just happened there. Hold on, let me go back and see how quickly my health just dropped. All right, what do we got? We're here. He popped his Earth Ellie. I see the Rogue. I popped my Earth Ellie. I've got 44k HP right now. All right, so I'm down 10k HP on the opener already. Another 10k from the rogue there. And now the hunter comes in. That's insane. Literally, if I didn't have vital accretion, I'd be dead. If I didn't have 56,000 health there, I would have died. That's an instantaneous. Instantaneous 10k on the opener that they get no matter what. Followed by another 10k. 11k right there. Instantaneous. Just one eviscerate. This shadowy replication thing is insane for Rogue. They do so much damage. I'm at 14k health when I pop this to put myself back up to 19k. Jesus, dude. Yeah, see, this details is a little off on here. Details, it says that his damage was only 6.4k, but there's literally 10k of damage on my screen right now. And at this point, there's definitely been more than 14,000 damage dealt. Details definitely did not pick up on all of the damage. When activating your next cheap shot or Shadow Strike will deal up to 10% of the target's total health and shadow damage. Oh, that's a lot, actually. We are blessed to have survived that matchup. We had no business surviving that matchup. Literally, if we didn't have the conduits that we had, we're dead.
Down. Lay down. Down. Follow. Down. Down. Poppers. Pop it. Pop it.
All done. And he took off. All right, what do we got? Doggo goes bork bork. Cover. How are you dead already? How are you not dead? How are you not dead? Jesus, dude. I've never met a rogue fall over faster than that. I don't think he hit a single defensive. Unlucky. Oh, so we actually we killed Mythic Altimore the other night. We killed Mythic Altimore. I'm gonna be uploading that to our YouTube tomorrow morning. It'll be up on tomorrow morning. Defeat Huntsman Altimore and Castle Nathria on Mythic. Next up is Hungering. Yeah, we're gonna spend a lot of time bashing our faces into Hungering Devourer tonight. Yay! Not thrilled about that. Hungering could be pretty papega. Our guild, for whatever reason, is we're kind of dumb when it comes to hungering. I don't know why. I think there's too much like independent accountability that's required of people. They can't be like handheld through it as much. Hungering Destroyer. Sorry, it's Hungering Destroyer, not Hungering Devour. Everybody calls it Devour. Oh god, a 22k HP mage. Mother effer. No, remember, the POG is different for everybody. It changes every day now. This mage is gonna get absolutely nuked. I mean, they're not even trying. They're using the POG champ from any of their, like, the rotation of their creators. What up, monkey? Okay, well. That was unfortunate he didn't have a teammate. How you doing though, monkey? I mean, they're going to take 365 of their creators and rotate them throughout the entire year. So, I mean, the problem with that POG is that they're using a hat, and the hat takes up a lot of the emoji space. So the emoji, the actual POG face itself is relatively small in comparison because of like how much space the hat takes up on the emoji. Because it's the brim, the angle of it. So you actually don't. It's actually a very small hog face. It's gonna only be their partnered streamers. Take me, they're not gonna use me. Must be a partnered streamer. Why did they change PogChamp? They changed PogChamp because the face of the person that PogChamp was originally made after was supporting the violence of what happened at the Capitol, essentially, as they say. Hold on.
Calvin! Or lay down. Your choice.
Teammates gonna be like, oh, no, he's AFK. All right. All right. Bing bing. Big damn. Big damn. What is up since he hates being the face of Pacha? I think he hated that was the only thing he was known for. Like that was his entire like identity. But yeah, he hated being the face of it, so I mean, he doesn't care. I mean, that was the most attention. That was the most attention his Twitter had gotten in literally that's right, his name is Gutex. Hold on. Like, let me show you. Like, that literally blew his Twitter up. So it was like here. Let's look here. So like any of his other posts, he got very low like interaction, right? The face of PogChamp, by the way, like very low interaction stuff, right? A lot of political stuff, whatever, you know, blah, 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 very low things. Even game-related stuff, very little interaction. But then this happens that he posts, and his Twitter interaction skyrockets because of stuff, including now this one as well. But he's fine with it, like overall. Remember the guy from The Verge who did the PC building guide? No. Do not. Because I don't know what The Verge is. I don't keep up with a lot of gaming news informer website things because a lot of them are not the best takes, right? Like the person who, like the one where I think it was Game Informer? Was it? No. It might have been PC Gamer. I think it was PC Gamer. I can't remember. The one about there was the article where they gave Monster Hunter World a bad review because you were killing the monsters. Essentially, I was just like, can't do this. What am I reading? Journalism has been on the decline for years. It has. It's true. You gotta watch this video sometime. I don't know if I want to. Two years later, and I sometimes still wonder what he was planning on using that Allen wrench for.
Right now I've got Armor 3 running at maximum settings, native resolution, which is 1080p.
That's probably the first PC he's ever built in his life. I don't want to. No, I'm not going to. I don't want to hurt myself. How is... because elemental damage isn't our primary damage source, but also, Joseph, because the actual amount of increased Stormbringer and Wind Fury scaling that you get from it is very low. So I could make my mastery 50%. My mastery is at 25% right now. Even if I made my mastery 50%, it would only increase my Stormbringer chance by like 1%. It's not a lot. Now, for what I'm doing, mastery becomes a little more valuable. This guy doesn't have any defensives. Buddy, no! Homie G, homie G, homie G. Oh, big Illy Bless. Okay, cool. Or not, you know, whatever. I'm silenced. Cool. Can't do anything. There we go. Got it. Literally everything but auto attacks and storm strike is LE damage, meaning all AoE / cleave is elemental, not physical. Yeah, but it's not good amounts. It's not noteworthy amounts. The scaling, the point is that our scaling on it is shit. That's the thing. That's why mastery isn't a stat. Lava Lash damage, even if you had 50% mastery, Lava Lash would still hit for less than Storm Strike. Even if you'd factor in putting a 100% damage increase by putting Flame Tongue on, and then another 50% damage increase on for mastery, it's still doing abysmal damage. Crash Lightning does very low damage. Lightning Bolt can do okay damage. It does about the same amount as Storm Strike does. However, that requires you to spend your Maelstrom on it, which you're probably going to be stuck using it for healing. Wind Fury's physical. Auto attacks are physical. Storm Strike is physical. Storm Strike is your main source of damage. Are we talking PvE or PvP? Because in PvE, haste will probably always be your meta stat up to the DR value. Because the more attacks you make, the more chances you have of proccing Windfury. The thing is, though, here's the thing. Because our class is so proc reliant. That's why. I mean, I don't care, Mr. Krabs. Like, I don't give a damn about that kind of drama stuff. Like, whatever. Let the man live his life. He gets enough shit already. I'm sure. 20%? What 20% what? I mean, that's why Verse ends up being a better stat, because Verse increases all of your damage. So versatility increases your Storm Strike damage and all of your magic damage and all your elevate damage. But yeah, so like enhancement is literally completely reliant on procs. So you need more, like the more attacks you make, the more chances you have of proccing. Okay, I'm not staying here to defend this, by the way. Oh, are you really going to make me stay here and defend this? I'm literally going to be... How the fuck are you leaving the enhancement shaman to defend? Well, that was a boring match. It wouldn't be. Witch Doctor legendary, full mastery, AoE for M+. It wouldn't be. I want to know where you're getting your Maelstrom from. Okay, cool. Someone else is here. I'm leaving. Later. Good job, Warrior. Was gonna get kicked next to my DPS was not enough for Sludge was hardcore. We beat him and I was the top 1 DPS because the procs were amazing. You get great procs on those Wind Fury windows for Sludge Fist and you do insane damage. You don't get great procs and your damage still ends up being trash. Even with Wind Fury for it. God, you guys had me sitting on the sideline. I'm over here just... I show up and I just blow everybody up. This is why I don't defend. Look at the damn... Whew. I mean, it's doing well for me. Does enough, gets the job done. All right, I'm just, okay. We're rotating the map the rest of this game now to PvP, which means we're going to stables. Witch Doctor's Wolf Bones doesn't give you more AoE damage. I don't know where, like, that's the thing where I'm trying to get the log. That's where I'm trying to get the logic on it right now. Is where are you? How does Witch Doctor's equals more? Elemental Blast does not give you Maelstrom. It costs Maelstrom. It doesn't give you Maelstrom. Ice Strike is awful, so please don't use that. Okay, good. We're just gonna get 3v1 now. Ellie Spirits is not Elemental Blast. No. Elemental Blast costs Maelstrom. Ellie Spirits, yes. Sims aren't accurate. Sims are not how you determine anything. Because if you took sim values, Witch Doctor's Wolf Bones would be the highest simming one for single target if you do everything like that, patchwork styled. Sims are never an accurate representation. Also, Sims don't factor in the RNG value of the class. It's impossible to sim Enhancement Shaman accurately because there's too many RNG elements factored into it. Oh, and let me reincarnate. Rip. The wrong thing. So you're gonna hit. So here's the thing: you're gonna hit diminishing return values on your mastery. It doesn't matter how much mastery you stack. You're gonna hit DR values on it, and it's not enough for your chain lightning damage to be worth anything like that. Chain lightning only hits up to 3 people. It doesn't hit like. It doesn't hit multiple, like, crap ton of targets. And unless there's 3 targets at least, Lightning Bolt does more damage than Chain Lightning. If there's 2 targets, Chain Lightning does less damage than Lightning Bolt does overall. What's the DR for Hazed? I want to say 25%. If it's not 25%, it's 30%. Okay, but Crash Lightning doesn't do a ton of damage. I'm standing by this. I don't care. You can try it. It's not going to give you nearly the same amount of consistent damage. Enhancement's not designed for doing really big stuff. It might actually be in my car. Stay here. Also, if you're wanting to do AoE damage, you wouldn't be using Elemental Blast. That's already your first mistake. If your whole plan is doing big AoE damage, you wouldn't be running Elemental Blast. Elemental Blast is single target. You're going to get more damage in AoE out of Forceful Winds because, like, you're just making the argument with Crash Lightning. Crash Lightning procs Wind Fury damage. Being able to Crash Lightning multiple targets and proc Wind Fury on all of them is going to net you more damage overall in an AoE scenario than Elemental Blast would. Elemental Blast is a single target performance ability. Cover! Hurt yourself, puppy dog. I was gonna hurt myself. Been trying Wolf Bones, but haven't found a decent build for it yet. Kind of get bored of Doom Winds. Oh no, I don't use Doom Winds. I'm gonna ground and totem that. Yeah, that's the other thing. That is exactly the biggest issue with Wolf Bones is you have to give up Ascendance, which is such a huge part of Enhancement's damage in like everything. AoE, single target, literally everything. Rogue, dude. Kyrian? No, why would you? Okay. You lost me. Now you really lost me because you said Kyrian. Because I will tell you right now, that totem does significantly less damage than Chain Harvest. And Chain Harvest isn't a much longer cooldown. In fact, Chain Harvest actually can be the same cooldown if it crits. Because it reduces its cooldown each time it crits. Stop it. No, the only alternative to Chain Harvest would be if they give us a way to spread, Flame Shot, then Necrolord becomes a competitive option. If they give us a way for Flame Shock to be spread, Lava Lash, then Necrolord becomes a competitive option. Totem's awful. See, look, it's a 1.5-minute cooldown. We shaved off 30 seconds on the cooldown. That shit grants like 500 mastery. Okay. And again, diminishing return. I don't think you're getting the part about diminishing return. Then your passive is total trash. What? What are you? What? Under what context? If we're talking about AoE Mythic Plus, but don't use that one. Actually, that's way better because you get 4 stacks. It's first of all, it's 20% haste. Okay. And it's not every minute and 20 seconds because you're going to be killing people. You get 4 stacks every time you kill an enemy. It is up all the time in Mythic Plus. Which is where you're talking about AoE. And then fine, even if you don't like that one, you take a look at Theotar. Okay, this isn't the only person you look at. Theotar, what's this? Oh, here's your mastery that you wanted. This can spawn repeatedly every 12 seconds. Okay, it pops up for 12 seconds. Oh look, 525 mastery. And this can pop up multiple times throughout a fight, and it can be up for every single poll in Mythic Plus as well. What do you mean Venthyr Soulbinds are trash? They're amazing. I don't agree with you. And Naji is going to end up being Biss because her end one down here, the first enemy you damage in combat, takes 3% more damage from you. Just flat out baseline, 3% more damage. I like having builds that are flexible. But what you're trying to describe to me, Joseph, isn't flexible. What you're trying to describe is... No, but that's not what you're referring to. That's not what our whole conversation's been about. Venthyr Parade is better than Kyrian, for starters. This entire time, your argument has been AoE cleave, AoE cleave, AoE cleave. Which is literally what Venthyr excels at with its Covenant skill. Like, I don't know what you're, like... Are you sure that even procs? I've literally used it. So hold on, what don't you like about what is it I want to talk about? Chain Harvest. I don't know, give you the combined damage numbers. Yeah, it's classic floating combat text. Shit. What is it you don't like about the Covenant skill? Because it's literally like the greatest thing for you and will usually be like one of your top damage contributors. Pigeonholing yourself into low haste. So even with that, with that 500, look, even with 500 even with a 55% mastery right there, okay, we increased the damage on this by 25%. It doesn't make everything else do like a crap ton more damage. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Turns out Bone's Mastery build performs better than Venthyr for single target. Yeah, for Sims. Then let me guess, you're patchworking the Sims as well. And guess what? The majority of freaking Nathria isn't single target. Not much for raid though. How is it not much for raid though? What are you talking about? It's your hardest hitting ability. I don't use LVI. If we want to talk about your BIS for raiding, if we're talking about BIS for raiding, you should be playing Night Fae then. Because Night Fae is the BIS rating covenant. If we're taking simulation values into like as what we're referring to. So even if you get up to this value, even if you get up to 55%, even if you get up to 55% mastery, 55% mastery, your lightning bolt damage goes up to about 1,000. No, that's not how that works though. Especially for us. Okay. You're making a contradicting argument. Joseph, I need you to stick to one argument. Here you come in saying, oh, but my Wolf Bones mastery build is better single target. Oh, no. But the cleave damage. Which one is it? Because I'm going to tell you right now. Wolf Bones mastery build is not going to be a better AoE for you. Right now, I will tell you that. Right now. Go for it. Have fun with 7+ second storm strikes. Crit equals more AoE damage. Crit does equal more AoE damage. Haste equals more AoE damage. You know why haste equals more AoE damage? Here's why haste equals more AoE damage. Guess what? The more haste you have, the lower the cooldown on your Crash Lightning. The more haste you have, the lower the cooldown on your Storm Strike. Thus, okay, stay with me now. When you Crash Lightning, you add cleave damage to your Storm Strike. When you're able to Storm Strike more, you're doing cleave damage more frequently. Tooltip percent damage changes drastically with mastery. That's all I noticed. It doesn't change that much though. Fuck, I'm in the wrong soulbind. Fuck, no, I didn't change my soulbind back. F. Oh no, I can change it here. Whew. Oh, yeah, and the GCD timer goes down. No, I know, but it's like you gotta give me a little more on the theory crafting, rather than just like. You can't. Sims are not theory crafting. I'm gonna say this: simming is not theory crafting, because simming is not an accurate representation of actual gameplay or how you play. Also, wolf bones. Here's the thing about wolf bones. This is why wolf bones is not an accurate simulation. If you sim wolf bones, go look in that data log. Okay, go look in the data log of wolf bones, and it will show you that storm wolves, ice wolves, and fire wolves all do the same amount. They're all up for the same amount of time. That's not how that legendary works at all. That is not an accurate representation. Guess what? You could use elemental spirits an entire raid fight and never see fire wolves. You could never see fire wolves once. So now not only is your elemental blast doing less damage than you were hoping for, your lava lash is doing less damage, and your flame shock is doing less damage because you didn't get any fire wolves. Inversely, you could never get ice wolves. Also, ice wolves do better with haste. You actually want haste with the elemental spirits build, because you want your ice wolves to attack faster. Oh, was that a necro? That was a necrolord? That was a necrolord rogue. This is the first one I've ever seen. This is a fraught warrior? No. Dude, how are they rolling us now? We literally pushed them back completely. And now our team's getting rolled. Oh boy. Team, what happened? Alright, well, that's not good. Well, rip. No, it doesn't increase your Storm Flurry proc chance. Okay, but your elemental damage, here's the problem. Your base elemental damage is so low that it doesn't matter. It's not impactful. 25, it sounds huge, but it's not. 25% of one is fucking nothing. None of our base damage, none of our abilities have a high base damage tooltip enough for the mastery percent values to matter to the degree that mastery would be a prioritized stat. Okay, well, we're gonna get rolled here. My team does no damage. But you're not gonna get. Listen, unless you make haste the main stat, your haste is gonna be crap. Because guess what? I literally have haste on every single piece of my gear, and my haste is at 14%. But because haste isn't the primary stat on my gear, it's dummy low. No, but it. Guess what? More haste is going to give you a higher Stormbringer proc rate than your mastery, because your Stormbringer, and it's not much. First of all, in the mastery, we're talking like a %. Hey, listen, Joseph. You do the build, you play it, you let me know how it works out. Give me the footage, do big damn, show it working out. I want you to do a plus 15 key and do more than 5k DPS sustain throughout the entire instance with it. You do that and I'll acknowledge it. Yeah, 15% is really low. 15% is low haste. That's what I mean. That's crap haste. Well, for starters, okay, you have way too much crit. I don't know how they don't have a bear laid. Let me not get Draenei Ruins. Okay, but your stat sim isn't right. If it's telling you need more than 30, you need more than 28% crit, it's probably wrong. Nobody needs 30% crit. The hell? What do you use for M+? The entire Nagia? Nagia. Her buff is like always up because you're just constantly killing mobs. PvE just got to 24% haste with the mastery build before due to dross. My DPS went 2k from swapping gear over time to haste. Yeah, I mean, haste is just an overall larger influencer on your damage. Oh, here they all come. Oh, no. Okay, so the thing about the stat weight, no, it's not. Okay. That's not how the stat weight thing works. Just for starters. I've learned that with the robot for the stat weight value, the more you have of a stat, the higher it weighs it. It's not even like build reliant. It like quite literally, the more you have of a stat, the higher it raises the value of it when doing the stat weight. This dude's literally just sitting in all the damage. He's just prot paladining it up. Hey, thanks. This is a great idea, Blizzard. Prot paladins healing like this, great idea. Thanks. Wow. Our team's damage is no bueno. Let me go to my PvE setup. All right. See, 30%, you start hitting the diminishing return values. Yeah, I literally still can't help but see Verse as a better stat than Mastery for us. Because not only does it increase our nature damage, it also increases our Storm Strike damage. I don't see a way around that, like I at the moment. Like, even now at 40% mastery, 40% mastery, it only increases our Stormbringer and Wind Fury damage by, or chance by 1.5%. I think that's nothing. And everything else here is doing less damage. than if we were this. Too much crit. This increases our storm strike damage by 600. I would agree if Storm Strike wasn't physical damage and it actually was nature damage, which it should be at this point, by the way. I'd be like, hell yeah, mastery, this thing's amazing. But it's not, that's not the case. What Lego do we have on right now? Holy crap. We have the Doom Winds legendary on at the moment. Hold on. This is not the legendary we use. Hi, Bracers, where'd you go? It's kind of funny watching it, the way that plays out. Cool, so apparently we got parried from behind. Need more haste here. Yeah, the DR, that 105 mastery isn't nearly as good as it could have been. What do you use for M+? DHR or not? Oh, sorry. I could have sworn I asked. Hold on. Oh, God. I use Nagia. But, hold on. And save this right here. 211. What is my eye level getting railed from right now? Bracers would be one thing. Gloves are fine. Is it really just my jewelry? Is my jewelry cucking my eye level that much? 216 equipped. What am I wearing that's a lower eye level? Okay, my neck is 1. We lose a lot of haste, but we gain some Versa. But it's a large amount of haste, so I don't know if we give it up just yet. And then this ring, which is also a big... a big haster. Feels weird. It's like I'm crippling my eye level. I hate the idea of like crippling my eye level for stats. Like that sucks. That whole concept of it. Are you able to use game capture with WoW? I've never bothered using game capture. Yeah, dude, I don't know. The crit actually makes it feel worse. Just use display instead, or do you have a 2 PC setup? Yeah, I just use display. Yeah, if it's doing weird screen flash things, probably not good. I forgot for AoE. Yep, and we're gonna drop back to forceful winds for our AoE. I fucked that up. But I feel like this was just so much better. It's just wow. Yeah. It is a pretty nice. It is a pretty nice chandelier, yeah. Ah. Yeah, see, dude, even with AoE, even without Doom Winds, Wind Fury still ends up doing a ton of damage for you. Wind Fury still ends up doing a ton of damage for you. And then there's Hailstorm. Just don't like Hailstorm. It is like I'm like still waiting to generate Maelstrom. Okay, hey, there it goes. Cool. It just doesn't have the same flow. Like, you're interrupting the fast gameplay for the occasional, like, big AoE hit on it. Yeah, Crash Lightning first damage source, because fucking when you're doing... When you're storm striking that much, it makes a big difference. What else am I missing on my eye level here? Is it just my bracers? Like if I put these on, would we go? No, that puts us at 215. What am I missing? What is my highest eye level gear? Is it another ring? It's probably another ring. Probably this 207 ring. No, it's 216. Oh, trinket. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we learned that this trinket kind of actually sucks. Imagine with mastery. No, that's not how that works. That's not... Okay. You don't understand why it's like that, do you? And Jeremiah, not necessarily. I've used Chill to the Core. I've tested it out. It can be really, really good, or it can be really, really bad. That's the problem with an RNG generator like that. You can get it to generate Maelstrom for you really well, or you can get it to not generate for you at all. I've used the Hailstorm conduit. I've used the Frost Shock conduit before, and I've used Frost Shock 3 times and not gotten any Maelstrom from it. But inversely, I've gotten it back to back as well. It's just, you never know when you're going to get it. We have no control over any of our resource generation, and it's stupid. But that's why I like, and that's why I don't use Hailstorm. I use Elemental Assault. Now, Joseph. Joseph. The reason why you are seeing that much Crash Lightning damage is because I'm using the Legacy of the Frost Witch. Which means my Storm Strike resets every time I spend Maelstrom. And because I spend Maelstrom, and I'm able to Storm Strike again, I'm getting the cleave effect from the Crash Lightning again. Also, take note, swapping versatility for mastery. No! Versatility is giving me more damage! You are not understanding. Joseph, I don't know how much more I can express to you diminishing returns. Diminishing returns, diminishing returns, diminishing returns. Please, you are killing me. You get significantly less mastery after 30%. What's haste cap for enhance? There is no cap. There's no cap. You'll hit a DR after like 25%, but there's no cap per se for haste. Look. Let me make this very clear to you right now. Okay? Look. My mastery, okay? 227. All right. 227. We add another 128. It only goes up 7%. Even though we have 29% before that. You have 20%. Right, that's because a lot of my gear has versatility on it. Because I'm PvP. But you have to understand, there's a difference. Like, look, my damage on my Crash Lightning is really high. Doesn't that get diminishing? Yes, okay, but diminishing return value isn't until like 30% on a lot of things. I'm nowhere near the DR cap on my versatility. Hold on. I took my legendary off. Okay. There you go. It's back down to 18 there. I'm at 9% Versa. Right. It just has really low scaling. We get insane mastery scaling up to 30%. Haste, so yeah, haste 20% tends to be kind of like where you start branching out into other stats a lot of the time, depending on what you're doing. The reason I'm not necessarily prioritizing haste with my build is because my build is fully revolved around resetting my Storm Strike through spending my Maelstrom. Which this is purely for Mythic Plus, by the way. I take more haste in raiding. Mythic Plus, I don't worry about my haste as much because it's much easier for me to generate Maelstrom in an AoE setting than it is single target. But this build, I have the most diverse performance available between single target and AoE because I have Elemental Assault instead of Hailstorm. Hailstorm is an awful talent when you're doing single target. It means it's awful on Tyrannical, by the way. Also, Crash Lightning, the damage that you get from the cleave with Storm Strike, it doesn't have a hit cap. There's no hit cap. It's uncapped. So if there's more than 5 targets, you're actually going to do more overall. Your Sundering and your Crash Lightning cleave damage is not hit capped. I just get you're gonna get smaller burst AoE with this than you would with Doomwinds, but you're gonna have a better sustained AoE across the board. Like, without using any big damn cooldowns, we're sustaining, you know, 6.5k DPS on, you know, a 5 target cleave dummy, right? Like on an AoE pull, if I'm maintaining 6.6k, 6.5k, you know, and that's without using any of our big cooldowns, right? I haven't even used Chain Harvest. We use Chain Harvest. literally pumps us up a couple hundred DPS instantaneously. You know, if this is what I'm maintaining, almost 7K, like nonstop, it's not fluctuating. Like, it's not a fluctuant DPS, right? We're not dipping and rising randomly or sporadically. It's maintained, sustained. Like, this is what our DPS is the whole time. That's what I like about it. And when we drop down to like a 3-target scenario, okay, it actually still does, it actually begins to outperform Hailstorm significantly because your Maelstrom generation is drastically lower when you're using Hailstorm, and your Hailstorm now isn't hitting as many targets. Meanwhile, my DPS is still pretty freaking solid. You know, we barely went down DPS, even though we lost 2 targets on the AoE rotation for performance. Right? We're still Gucci. We're still pumping. We're still sitting around that 6K marker. Just shy of it. But, and then you have the single target, and that's a whole nother ball game. The thing is, Elemental Assault, here's my thing. Elemental Assault is our only definitive way of generating Maelstrom. And the reason why I feel so strongly about Elemental Assault is that too many times have I been in a situation where I was Maelstrom starved and I couldn't get Maelstrom. Went through 3 Storm Strike cycles, multiple Crash Lightnings, a Sundering, and I couldn't get 5 stacks of Maelstrom to spend on anything, thus making Hailstorm worthless, right? It's just, that's just the RNG of it. Like, that's, I can't. I like eliminating as much RNG from the playstyle as possible, even if that means that it performs a little bit worse. Even if that means I perform a bit worse than Doomwinds, that's fine, because the playstyle, the gameplay itself, feels significantly better, smoother, and more enjoyable for me, and it's not preventing me from doing any other content still. Right? Like, I killed Mythic Altimore without Doomwinds, and I wasn't bottom DPS. But that's me. You know, that doesn't work for everybody. The legendary that I was using beforehand, though, I was very much so into Witch Doctor's Wolf Bones with Elemental Spirits. Right. With this one, okay, You're definitely, if you're doing an AoE, if you're going for it, you're definitely running Forceful Winds, because if you get Storm Wolves, it increases your Wind Fury damage, right? And it increases your Storm Strike damage and all that good stuff, right? You definitely want more haste, because your Wolves benefit from haste, so that's another thing. We're definitely not going to be as burst demanding. This might actually be the frickin' build overall for us right here. If we could maintain that stat ratio. So wolf bones, this one's gonna be all about upkeeping your wolves. I mean, you know, you're trying to generate as much maelstrom as you constantly can. So we got fire wolves and ice wolves. Ice wolves are always really nice. But now you're pretty much going to get into the position of where you are spending your maelstrom as much as you possibly can, because you need to oh god, okay, we got double storm wolves. That's actually a lot of damage. You need to be making sure that you don't get capped on your maelstrom, because otherwise that's a waste, because you're going to generate a lot of it with wolves. In an AoE scenario, your wolves will be up very frequently. Double storm wolves again. Wow, we got double storm wolves again. That's huge. Getting double storm wolves is like actually massive for your DPS. Shit. Ken. This is what I'm talking about. Right there. Right there. We got double storm wolves 3 times in a row. Simulation craft can't sim that for you. There's no way to sim that. This is why you can never rely on Simcraft to like determine this sort of thing for you. 4 times in a row we've gotten double storm wolves. Nothing will ever be able to replicate that for you. It's actually insane that that happened that much. 5 times in a row. If we were doing a boss right now, my DPS would be insane if I got storm wolves 5 times in a row. So yeah, I mean, when we're looking at like a 5 target situation, you're gonna go through your maelstrom very quickly. You're gonna generate maelstrom way too fast between the procs and your wolves. And since you're not worried about the storm strikes, you actually probably could. Let me try something here. No, but see, that's the thing. I don't want to give up. This is the other thing. See, as much as you'd love to run Hailstorm here, with wolves, the whole thing is about generating Maelstrom as much as possible to shorten the cooldown. Storm Strike is one of those things that's going to further increase the rate in which you're getting wolves back, so I'm just going to keep that. I thought about Hailstorm for a split second, and then I was like, nah. The wolves weren't even off cooldown. We literally had wolves up 100% time right there. Double fire wolves is probably the worst thing you can get. See, I wish wolves would be a viable PvP legendary, but giving up ascendance is just too big. You lose so much giving up ascendance. Up again. $11K Storm Strike. You'll never see that outside of this. See, that's why I think so. Like this right here, right there. I think Legacy of the Frost Witch plus Witch Doctor's Wolf Bones, long-term future gameplay, if we were able to wear 2 legendaries, those 2 legendaries are going to go perfectly together. You will be able to generate so much Maelstrom on a constant basis that your wolves will always be off cooldown. That idea though really only works with AoE though, because notice you're like, without a doubt you are going to have about a 30 second cooldown on your wolves in single target, because you're not going to be generating Maelstrom as frequently as you would in AoE. AoE, you should pretty much always have your wolves up. How you doing, Pitar? Nice. But yeah, I think, God, I almost think that, you know, for certain situations, I'm sure if you wanted to, you could probably totally 100% make this work. But not by stacking mastery. Right now we got what, 45% damage increase while still having 20% haste and 18% crit. This is a really nice stat spread that we have right now. This is a really nice stat spread that we had right now. I don't know how we got here to it. It was unintentional, but it was working out, so. Double frost wolves. Okay. This would be interesting to try. But you're not gonna be able to sustain this on throughout every pull because you're not gonna have 5 targets the whole time. First 10 plus was a disaster. Well, that's no good. You don't want him to be a disaster. Yeah, we'll definitely have some things to try out next week. Chain Lightning's up there, Wind Fury's up there. See, that's insane to see. Like, look, we're not even running. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, everyone's got to be enough flashlight. Oh, forgiveness. Yeah. Tyrannical's brutal right now. Look at where Wind Fury damage is. And we're not even running Doom Winds. And that's because when you get double Storm Wolves, Wind Fury ends up doing still a ton of damage. But with this one, see, I would still run this one for the better sustained single target and higher wolf uptime. Your wolves end up doing a lot of damage too. But here, let me show you now. Chill Enhancement, and it works much better. I can constantly rotate between Chain Lightning and Storm Strike Project. Well, whatever works for you, man. See, it drops as soon as you go down. As soon as you drop the target count, it's gonna decrease a lot because the rate of Maelstrom generation. So the thing is, when you have Crash Lightning is an amazing source of Maelstrom generation when there's more targets. See, so like with this build, even though we were doing more DPS on AoE than we were with our other build, we are doing less DPS on the smaller target count. Just because the Maelstrom generation isn't as reliable. Also depends on what wolves we get. Now we're going to get a big spike in it because we just got double storm wolves, so... It's insane that like what wolves you get influences your DPS drastically. Nobody likes tyrannical. Now, if I had to choose, if I had the choice of just like full on single target, like if Ascendance wasn't the way it was, plus its soul, I would totally run Earthen Spike, but Ascendance is Ascendance, so. And then we'll do that. And we'll go put these bracers back on. That's a really solid stat spread right there. It's juicy. Depends. PvE or PvP? And on which person? Which soulbind? I guess it depends PvE or PvP as well. PvE Nagia? For PvE purposes, then it's very obvious which one you go. right here. It's a straight up 3% damage to your primary target. Just a flat out 3% damage increase against raid bosses and dungeon bosses. This isn't enough for it to outweigh it. This is an interesting one. This is a really interesting one. But it's not quite enough. I don't think it's more than 3% of a straight up damage increase. If I was to do PvP with her, I would take this one, obviously. Is Draven best soulbind for PvP? Yeah. 10% reduced damage under 40% health. It's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. And then once we get down to here, once we get to renown rank 29, okay? Or renown rank 31. So stupid. None of this shit makes sense. I want to know how we got Draven last, and we're gonna be able to use his maxed out tree before fucking Theotar. Like, how does that make sense? I'm angsty. I'm stuck between finesse and potency. The best final conduit for Draven? You're gonna want to go like this. That way you get the finesse, the potency, and the double ND. Then ruining second potency conduit for Nagia? Yeah, unfortunately. Most likely. Depends on what your build is. Because you have to understand that, like, this right here has no influence on your PvE. Like, zero. But, like, you go with another finesse totem, hey, okay, you can get cap totem up more often in PvE. You can get, which I mean, hey, if you're running that with this, 26 seconds, I mean, you'd have cap totem on like a 30-second-ish cooldown, which could be kind of cool in Mythic Plus. No, getting increased wolf speed when you go in Ghost Wolf. I mean, there's, you know, you can make uses of those. And then you get a 3% damage increase on a primary target at all times. Or you can go the potency conduit and have it be, you know, if you're not running Focus Lightning, then yeah, you can put Focus Lightning in it. Get 10% more on your Lightning Bolt. Or something. But you have to understand that this is only going to be, you know, increased for your Maelstrom weapon spenders, whereas this is 3% of all of your damage. Which one's going to end up outweighing more? Probably this one. Because... like, in this situation with the 5 target AoE, whatever, right? Wild Chain Lightning's number 2 on the damage here. Look at how much all your other damage is that is not Maelstrom weapon oriented. I don't know where this other Chain Lightning's coming from. I don't have War Mode on. That's so weird that there's 2 Chain Lightnings on here. Why aren't you running Unruly Winds? Because I don't use Doom Winds. Because fuck Doom Winds. That's how I feel about it. I don't play Doom Winds. If I was running Doom Winds, absolutely you run Unruly Winds. You'd be severely crippling yourself to not use Unruly Winds if you were using Doom Winds. So running Focus Lightning +1 for Wind Fury. Would definitely need to test it when the whole tree. I mean, if you're running Doom Winds, you should absolutely have Unruly Winds. No, don't want to be. I don't use Doom Winds though, so there's no point in me using Unruly Winds. And even then, it's RNG on whether or not you get effectiveness out of it. It's just a chance to have Doom Winds do a 3rd attack. Could happen, could not happen. Who knows? Why don't you use Doom Winds? I don't like it. Oh, I would absolutely play the hell out of Primal Lava Actuators if they actually buffed the route for it. Yeah, for sure. I'm right there with you. You mostly PvE? No, I do PvP. I do a lot of PvE. PvP. We were actually doing pretty much PvP before we started messing around with a bunch of different legendaries and stuff right now. We got into a heated argument with Joseph about his mastery stacking. Here, let me go back to what we had on. I'm actually going to save this right here as my current build. For the time being, until I find something else that I like. Our PvP gear, on the other hand, that's a different story. So you like Frost Switch for PvP more? I do. Because it's more definitive. Who you said, why wouldn't you run Doom Winds plus Frost Switch? Why would I? Why would I? Why wouldn't I run? Why wouldn't I run Frost Switch and Witch Doctor? And literally have my wolves up 100% of the time, and in fact overlapping to the point where I'd have 4 wolves out potentially sometimes. Because of how much Maelstrom I'd be generating, because I'd be constantly Storm Striking to generate Maelstrom from Elemental Assault. And then I'm getting 100% uptime and effectiveness out of my legendaries all the time. Instead of one legendary, instead of not getting that out of both my legendaries. Because Doom wins again, that's only up 20% of the time. And Wolves is up probably about 75% of the time. Depending on AoE or single target. It's has longer downtime on single target, shorter downtime on AoE. Why wouldn't I want to have 100% uptime on both my legendaries impactedness? Again, I don't like Doom wins because I don't like the playstyle of Doom wins. It doesn't feel good to me. It's not fun to me. Rotation still end up with downtime. I don't like having downtime. I don't like having nothing that I can press. Too often when I was using Doom Winds, would I be sitting there waiting for Storm Strike to come off cooldown, waiting for Lava Lash to come off cooldown, waiting for a Shock to come off cooldown, waiting for things to come off cooldown. There are literally times where I'm sitting there, 4 stacks of Maelstrom, and all of my abilities are on cooldown for another 3 seconds. Problem with Doom Winds is, well, so here's the thing. Okay, so then if we want to talk about PvP, if we want to talk about PvP specifically, what I don't like about Doom Winds in PvP, it's already become massively counterable. It's already been exploited super easily as a really easy thing to counter and prevent. And there's a reason you're not going to see it in the AWC. First of all, it's the only thing they have going for them with that. Like, it's you're a one-trick pony with it. So people are literally just watching for when you put down your Wind Fury totem. And you do that, people will they'll CC you. Or they'll disarm you. And in the current gameplay, Boomkin can disarm you. A lot of Boomkins. Warrior can disarm you. Ton of Warriors. Windwalker Monk can disarm you. A lot of Windwalker Monks. Like, you are massively counterable. And you're still just as squishy as you've always been. And it's a small window. You literally lose all of your Doom Winds. Like, at Warrior Retails, boom, you're not doing any damage to them. There's so many things you have to set up in order to be able to... Like, there's so many things you have to set up in order for, like, your Doom Winds to be able to be effective on targets. And you... People can counterplay Doom Winds. They can't counterplay freaking Mortal Strike, you know, Blade Storm hitting extra times during... Or Mortal Strike hitting extra times during Blade Storm if you're running Unhinged, right? Like, there's no counterplay to that other than just don't be hit by Blade Storm, right? Easier said than done with Spear of Bastion. But, like, you're able to see the Doom Winds go down and react to it. You can't react to a lot of what other classes do. If we had a way to definitively set up a stun to where we could always be able to get off Doom Winds damage no matter what, then it would be a really powerful tool. But the fact of the matter is that your only hard CC that you have can be destroyed. Okay? Only hard CC we have can be destroyed. 2 can also be walked out of. Okay? That sucks. Plain and simple. When I get enough Soul Ash for another rank 4 legendary, would you recommend Frostwitch? I'd recommend not making rank 4 legendaries. I'd recommend making more than one legendary. The difference between a rank 2 and a rank 4 legendary is not even worth mentioning unless you're a world first raider, in which point you probably already have your rank 4 best in slot legendary. Like, I have 4 legendaries. I'm going to make a 5th legendary this week because the only difference in the legendary effectiveness is the stats on the piece of gear itself. The actual legendary isn't any more or less effective based on what rank it is. I seriously recommend, if you want to try out multiple legendaries, just make rank 1 and rank 2 legendaries. Like, you have the entire expansion to spend your soul ash. Like, you're not, it's not going anywhere. Do you think Witch Doctor is best for previous instance? It can't really be countered and the uptime is high? No, it's not. Witch Doctor is not. I think Witch Doctor is... Okay, Witch Doctor has a couple problems with PvP. First of all, you don't know what wolves you're going to get. Okay? Second of all, you're going to end up wasting your first wolves at the start of a fight anyways, because you need to generate Maelstrom so that you can heal yourself right out the bat when people open on you, because you're going to get opened on, because there's probably a stealth class between a Boomkin, a War Mage, a Rogue, something. You're probably going to have to fight one. So you're going to need to have Maelstrom stacks generated. Otherwise, you're just going to get opened on, and you're not going to be able to heal yourself at all whatsoever out of an opener if you don't have any Maelstrom generated. Okay. 2, okay, you don't know what type of wolves you're going to get. If you get double fire wolves, you're just kind of like, well, fuck, that sucks. That doesn't really help me. 3, the rate of its cooldown is actually probably in PvP, its uptime is probably going to be similar to Doomwind's in the sense of your Maelstrom generation rate in PvP is drastically lower than PvE, because hitting people is not a guaranteed thing. PvE, you have to remember, in PvE, you're just hitting an NPC the whole time, right? You're not running from the NPC constantly or having to kite it or LOS it. It's not using evasion on you. It's not using retail on you. It's not bubbling from you. It's not blinking away and ice blocking or anything like that. Like, you have 100% uptime on Maelstrom generation when you're PvE. Stop. Whereas PvP, that's not the case. You're gonna have time. Hi, buddy. What's up? And so its overall uptime is probably going to be similar to Doomwind's in that regard. But see, that's what I like about, and so that's what I like about Legacy of the Frost Witch overall. It's definitely less performant. Hey. I would say it's definitely a little more less performant than what's it called, Doomwind's, but it's more consistent, and you're gonna get more damage out of your Storm Strike overall. But also, when you're fighting people, you know, you attack them with Storm Strike. You need to heal yourself. You heal yourself. Your Storm Strike's reset. You can Storm Strike again. You're able to have. I think it gives you more consistent damage across the board, and just allows for more overall pressure and uptime on attacking people. I find it great when fighting Disc Priest, because you're able to constantly pressure a Disc Priest and make them go faster, I find, because of that. Heard Doomwind's in beta. Well, beta. Okay, first of all, beta's over. That was it. That's why they nerfed it. It was originally 100% damage increased on your Wind Fury, and it was broken. Have you tried it? Doomwind's was the first legendary I made. Hey, no! You need to stop. We're done. We're not... Nope. There you go. Now you can't look. Haha. No. With Frostwitch, it's 5 Maelstrom spent. So when you heal yourself, when you use Chain Harvest, Lightning Bolt, Elemental Blast, any of those things, that's being factored into it. Did I put my PvP build on? Did I put my PvP? Is this my PvP gear? Yes, this is my PvP gear. Hold on. Not the legendary though. It is Doomwind's on. That's not the right headpiece. There we go. Save that for now. 25, 21, 16, yeah. I think our crit was even lower though. Alright, we'll chill with 25 mastery for now. something here. Let me jump into an arena for you guys. Actually, hold on. I gotta take my dog out to use the bathroom real fast. I'm gonna take my dog out to use the bathroom real fast, and then we'll be back for more. Give me 1 minute.
Mic on.
But yeah, so right now we're testing out, we've been testing out using Elemental Blast with it, just giving us a little more alternative, because I've always preferred, the reason I fell in love with Enhancement was because it gave me that hybridized feel of being like a melee mage, a melee magic user. Like for me, my favorite iteration of Enhancement Shaman was probably Wad, or not Wad, sorry, Wrath. Well, the monk's gonna get focused, without a doubt. Yep. 100%. Yep. Yep. Pretty much. Jesus, dude. A Windwalker monk that does 0 damage, dude. Pain. Pain. I didn't think it was gonna be that one-sided with him. I guess he didn't even have the legendary. Jesus. No damage. Homie just straight up died a slow death. While doing no damage. Oh well. It is what it is, baby. All right, we can win this. Maybe. Okay. Okay. The big dam. That's insane. It heals so much. Oh, cauterize, it heals for so much. Holy moly. Fatal damage instead brings you to 35% health and then burns you for 28% of your max health. Wait, why did it heal twice then? Wait, how does that work? Wait, why does it heal twice? I actually have no idea how cauterize works. No more Arcage? Wow, fuck, I haven't been Arcage for a while. The Exiled Excalibur. we'll probably, if they do another fresh start, which I imagine they will at some point, we probably will play it at that time. But other than that, no. Dude, Exiled, I literally moved across the country over the course of a week, and in that time, people were 3K gear score higher than when I left. So I stopped playing. It wasn't worth it. I was like, F this. It's not worth staying. They're doing merges right now? Yeah, but that doesn't help me. I'm assuming they're merging all the Unchained servers. The fact that they're doing merges, this is the cycle. Once merges happen, that's when that's when that's when you start to run into merges or server transfers. There's a difference. Merges or server transfers. Because right here it says it's server transfers, not server merges. Merges for Nui server? Yeah, but Nui needed to be merged for a long time. Are they subjecting the server merge to the standard merge policy of where everything's going to be wiped clean in the world? Because if they're doing that, that kind of sucks for the other servers because there's no need, like I get it because there are there's a very small amount of people on Nui who have just been like they own everything in the game land wise, probably sitting on so many materials. Not for legacy, right? No, that's what I'm saying. They're merging Nui, you said, right? You said they're merging Nui. Usually when they do server merges, that resets all of the land on the servers that get merged together, and it does a land rush all over again. Not for server transfers. Server transfers, that's never the case. But all server transfers are going to do is lead to server merges for Unchained, because you're going to have a lot of people all transfer to the same server, and then you'll just have one mega server with people, and then every other server will just be like dead in comparison, population wise. frick, what do we have on before that took over that? So weird. Something's messed up. I'm missing something gear-wise. I don't know what we have swapped out at the moment. I think there's a Lego reduces CD of cauterized. Okay. And big drop frames. No drop frames, but big drop in our coder. Our coder's like freaking out. My encoder says it's red, but that our bitrate is good. How's that feel, buddy? Woo! Look at our 50k health. We're trinket, dude. Hoo! Pushing it. We're going for the farm. There it is. Let's get it. Oh, JK. People didn't want to stay. Oh! Later. Get wrecked. Woo. Oh no, I have the wrong soulbind. My Earth Ellie's actually doesn't do anything right now. Okay, yeah, this would be good. This is gonna be good. So there's too many things in this hallway. Holy smokes. You better run. No. Got him. Okay, dude. Go. Staying alive, baby. Haven't died yet. Giggity gig. I feel like I've barely been able to fight, though. Like, where's our team? Like, like, can we fight them? Why are we running from them? Can we fight them? He has no knockback. Wait. Live me. It's just obnoxious. People just it's really more of just people really hate Tyrannical. It's just not Tyrannical is just not fun. It's not a matter of figuring it out, it's just a matter of it not being a fun experience. Dude, what is our Shadow Priest? Wait, this is a Disc Priest. Oh, this is Healing Done. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Ha ha! My bad, I was looking at Healing Done. Yeah, I would hope I'm not winning on that. Alright, dude. We're just gonna keep doing that. Okay. Nope. Die. Die, Batosai. No! Nobody can finish Mist? I mean, a 10 Mist shouldn't be that bad. We tried doing a 13 Mist. That sucked. A 13 Mist was awful. I mean, even if it was a 12 Mist, we probably could have done it. Yeah, but see the thing about Plaguefall third boss is that you get like a break in the action in between, like because of her phasing. Whereas freaking what's it called? Uh, hold on. My healing. No! I didn't want to get hit by that. Hey, got him. Oh, that was our only death. Pepe hands. Whereas like Miss, it just gets insane the longer it goes on. It's literally like all of Miss is fine. It's just the final boss of Miss. Well, so I think with the group that we had was really not ideal. We were an all melee group, so it made the poison phase where he's, you know, spewing out the AoE poison everywhere really bad because it was all around him no matter what. So he didn't have anywhere to stand. But it worked out for explosion, you know, we were all able to kill the explosion. Oh, I didn't get the totem down. Look at that. How much do I have to freaking purge? Tell me, Blizzard. How much more do I have to purge for you? Oh, look. Oh yeah, what was that argument someone gave me earlier? Yeah, that's why he does the DR. Yeah, the DR is really doing something there, bud. Look at that healing! Literally heals more than I do! While just moving nonstop. Yeah. Mage, by the way. Fucking mages, dude. Oh. AIDS. So much, dude. They're barriers. Literally can't purge mages enough. Just purge them, dude. Just purge them. Get on that, dude. I hate that argument. It's just not a good argument. Yeah, just purge them, forehead. Sorry, it's got a 30-second cooldown. They can cocoon themselves every 30 seconds. So literally he just got off a G-Pie on the warrior is all. Warrior wasn't able to get any melee. He was only able to get off 25k damage. Rough. There was a lot more that I probably could have done there. Like for starters, having my tremor totem down instantly. Do one more. Da-da-da. Let's get it. Halls just feels overtuned. Halls was fine. Oh, Hakar. Hakar's rough. New here and backtracking a bit to when you were discussing different Legos. What soulbind setup do you use for Frost Switch? First of all, let me put on the appropriate person. PvE, I use Najia. PvP, I use Draven. But I use Focus Lightning as my DPS conduit. Because you're going to be spending your Maelstrom constantly. So. I know, I was surprised that the mage was using Greater Pyroblast, but I mean, he was making full use of the Triune Ward. He wasn't doing the Pyroblast Lego. This matchup. This is a very high dam matchup. Everybody does. Nobody likes Tyrannical. It feels bad. Keep me alive and we win. See, like in these situations, I can't be F to like worry about putting down a freaking Wind Fury totem to waste a global on that. That was such a huge ascendance. Oh, that was a massive ascendance. Oh my gosh. I think fortunately, both of my priests. No, just this guy. Just this guy was. Oh, this guy was ready for it. Wait, hold on. Wait, who was my teammate? Wait, hold on. Here he was. This guy was ready. This dude was on top of this. He was ready for the burst. He had the mind games on him, and he had the Shadow Word Death ready to go. That was clutch. You ready for the Pally one shot? I mean, we definitely took a lot of damage. Like, dude. The judgments. We ate. Fortunately, only one Templar Verdict crit. If he had crit more than one Templar Verdict, we were dead. 100% dead. If his Wake of Ashes crit, we were dead. I think we got really lucky with the fact that they tried to get us right here, and we got the cap totem down, and we managed to get a stun off on all of them, which gave us the opportunity to move away just a little bit, while also getting off the chain harvest to heal ourselves up. Chain harvest was huge there. That's the clone. Yeah. Since they buffed all the lower performing classes up until Enhanced Shammy, do you think we're next? I don't. I mean, I definitely think it'd be hilarious. If we got buffed, people would complain about us being too strong, which is kind of funny. But there are other classes that will say they need to be buffed first. All right, so first of all, Demon Hunters will say they need to be buffed first. Destro Warlocks will say they need to be buffed. Fury Warrior, here, let's over the range of 1 week. So like this isn't enough yet for the changes to take place. It looks like fully, but Frost Mage already still high is already higher. BM Hunters will say they need to be buffed. Arms Warriors will now say they need to be buffed, which is insane because they're already god tier in PvP. So it's like they're Warrior is in the position of Windwalker right now, of where like if they buff Arms Warrior the wrong way, it'll become like ultimate god tier like Windwalker became. Ellie Sham is way up there now. Ellie Sham's chilling, dude. Ever since they got their legendary, they're chilling. They're big pumping. It doesn't matter. Like, here's the thing. It doesn't matter what they buff on us, because it's still going to be RNG. They need to. It's more of we are flawed from a design standpoint. Enhancement Shaman is flawed from a design standpoint in terms of performance. That's the issue that it faces. Well, the thing is that we're low performing in PvE. Castle Nathria definitely drops that. Freaking Hungering Devourer. Yes, please. Load bearing belt. What you talking about, Willis? But also Mercury, that's not true. For the record, they're not PvP geared. Here. What's funny is that a 99 parse for an Enhancement Shaman is like an 85 parse for all the other DPS. And it's just so much more RNG. The problem is that Enhancement is literally innately a slot machine. Terza, he's on Bleeding Hollow. He's on my server. He, well, right now he's in his PvP gear. So that's not an accurate thing, but when I was looking at his stuff yesterday, he had 25% crit. He was way more crit oriented. I mean, he had 25% crit and like 20, I think it was like around 22% haste, and then just a little bit of verse. And crit haste ring, crit haste here. He's definitely not using Sinful Aspirant's Medallion for his mythic rating, right? Here. Wow, Armory. Now, he is a Tauren, so Tauren does have like higher crit damage. benefits, but like that's whatever. Yeah, even right now, even right now, 27% crit, 23% haste, and 15% burst. I mean, burst is definitely good because it increases all of your damage. That's definitely not the trinket he's been using. He's definitely been using Quantum, it looks like. From what I can see, inscrutable quantum device. From what I'm seeing here. Another one to look up. A lot of these guys are on my server. You know, freaking talk to some of these people. No. Surge, Bleeding Hollow, Night Fae, Horde. Let's see what he's running. 23% crit, 30% mastery, 18% haste, 15 verse. I mean, they're definitely there are definitely more on the crit end of things with their PvE builds. But crit is easier to get up like that percentage up to. Doesn't take as much. Like, look, this is the soft cap that you want to go for with mastery. You want to get 30% mastery, and then like you don't worry about it. But you don't need a lot of mastery to get there, right? Like, look at that. It's only 238. It's not a lot. You don't have to worry about it that much. It's very little mastery. It's like, what, you can put out like both your rings realistically, a ring and a half, and you'd have enough mastery, and then all your other stats can go everywhere else. But you need a lot of everything else. There's a lot of secondary stat in here. And a decent amount of it's also coming from this gems. I mean, he's getting about 50 mastery, 50 haste alone from his gems, and it's still not even at. It's insane to have 600 haste and not even be 20%. I hate that. Enhancement numbers aren't far off where they need to be. The problem is they don't have anywhere near enough survivability or utility worth bringing over the melee classes. In what? PvE or PvP? Because in PvE, we have the survivability for sure. PvE, like, PvE? Survivability is definitely not the issue. Wow, people have stopped taking Hailstorm altogether. Even on Sun King, they don't use Hailstorm on Sun King anymore. I mean, I don't know how you can say like they're where they need to be when like they're not far off where they need to be when like the top performing on Lady Enerva Darkvein is 6.1k. The top performing Enhancement Shaman on Lady Enerva Darkvein is 6.1k. The top performing DPS on Lady Enerva Darkvein Mythic is 8.1k. That's a 2k DPS difference. That's a really large deficit. You need robust defensive CDs. Windwalker doesn't have robust defensive CDs. I wouldn't call Touch of Karma robust. Like the number one performing enhancement shaman wouldn't even make top 100 DPS on Lady Nerva Darkvein by about 1,000 DPS. Let's see here. Wouldn't even make top 200, top 300, top 400, top 500, top 600. Also, that's not a good argument when like Ellie is in the same boat defensive wise and they're up there. Shit, dude, top 1,000? Not even in the top 1,000. The number one performing enhancement shaman for Lady Nerva Darkvein isn't even in the top 1,000 for DPS. I don't know how we can say like, yeah, no, their numbers aren't far off where they need to be. It seems a little far off if we're not even like, you know, you got freaking Arms Warriors ranking up there higher than Nomamet. The only fight where we're like doing well at, Melee's a bitch though. Melee's done Blizz pretty bad. 15% fortifying brew, 3-minute cooldown. That's not robust either. And that's a really long cooldown. Does that same metric hold up across the rest of the fights? All right, well, let's see. Let's look at it. Oh, this is really bad. Top. It's not even the top 1,200. That's awful. That's awful. Here. I'm gonna break it down. All right, I'll need 2 windows so that we can tab back and forth with it. All right. All right, Shriekwing. Okay. 5.2. 6K. Huntsman Altimore 9.3, 7.3. Hungering Devourer 4.9, 6.4. Hungering Destroyer. Sun King 6.5, 8.9. I'll give it some leeway here because Boomkins, but let's look at where the first melee is. Oh, Demon Hunter, 7.8. Windwalker, 7.8. Rogues, 7.7. All right, I take leeway away. It's over 1,000 DPS difference on there. Okay, back to this. Let's see here. Artificer. All right, Feral Druid. Out of nowhere. Artificer, 4.8, 6.2. About a 1.4, 1.5k difference. Feral Druid, dude. Was in a feral. Feral. But again, now let's go here. Let's look at Artificer would be one of those bosses where we'd be able to have more uptime than normal. What were we at? 4.8. He doesn't even make top 1,000. Doesn't even make top 1,000 with that. Lady Minerva, we already talked about that one. Council's going to be boomkins through the roof. And then we haven't gone beyond that. Stone Legion Generals. Nothing here. Sludge Fist. Not even on Sludge Fist, dude. Can't even talk about Sludge Fist. Council of Blood. Council of Blood. We've got 6 enhancement shamans that have done Council of Blood. 5.1k for the top one on Council of Blood. Let's look past. Oh my god, the boomkins, dude. This is disgusting. Oh my god, Blizzard. Blizzard. Blizzard! Oh my god. It's just a parsing fiesta with them. But even then, like, it's still so far off. But yeah, so, I mean, I definitely wouldn't say we're anywhere near, where we need to be. Yeah, we're way behind. We're way behind, dude. Because it's the thing. It's our DPS is completely RNG. Even the Doomwind's performance, Doomwind's DPS performance is RNG. It depends on, it can either jump dramatically or be meh, depending on how many Stormbringer procs you get. Stormbringer procs change that entirely. Sludgefist is where I would expect Enhanced to show the best. Well, sort of. Again, it's definitely a fight that favors ranged more because, well, they don't have to move in and out of the boss as much. If we go to Sludgefist, I mean, we don't have anything to base it off of for Mythic, but let's go take a look at this real fast. All right, Sludgefist. We're looking at Affliction Warlock. All right, okay, an Affliction Warlock on Mythic. All China, dude. China's fucking insane right now. Let's go with an 8.3k DPS Fire Mage. Okay, that's on Mythic. Let's take a look at Heroic. All right, Heroic is still pretty high. You know, some guy hits 9.7k Affliction Warlock. Jesus, dude's about to hit 10k DPS on Affliction Warlock. Oh, what in the world? And then let's look at Enhancement Shaman. Let's see how far, what's the best an Enhancement Shaman did on this. 6.9k. 6.9k. That is the best an Enhancement Shaman has done on Sludgefist. DPS wise though, 9.7k. That's 3k DPS. Let's see how far behind a melee. Ret, 8.2k. Ret. You know why? Because there's probably people dying on this fight, so Ret are getting wings mid-fight. Barrel, 8k, and it's on YouTube. Get it. Fucking get it, dude. I want so many Affliction Warlocks, dude. Where's all the melee? It's all Ret. It's all Ret, dude. It's all Ret. Getting their wings, baby. Getting their wings. More barrels. They get to do Convoke or whatever their big DPS stuff every pillar. It's way more beneficial to them. And you know what it is? They get to keep their bleeds up. They get to keep their bleeds up while they're moving in and out of the fight. That's the other thing. They get to keep their bleeds up while they move in and out, and other melee don't get to do anything. Where are the other melee? Holy crap. Are all the other melee really this far behind? This tells you how fucked this fight is for melee. Let's find out. The first melee that we run into that isn't a rep paladin, we'll judge by. There it is. An unholy DK, 7.4. Jesus, dude. 6.9. Still, 500 DPS is pretty big difference. But yeah, no, what I was saying was we are too RNG oriented for us to ever be up here. Enhancement will never be up here again because our entire playstyle is dependent on a slot machine. Chat, don't tell the streamer I'm here. He doesn't notice me yet. I noticed you, Gamma. I see you. On Artificer, I just switched from Enhanced to Ellie. Right, but see, like, Frosty, I don't want to play Ellie. Like, I won't play Ellie. I refuse to play Ellie. I'm not going to play Ellie. I think there's a lot of things they could do, Ty. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't want Lava Lash to reset Flame Shock. I would want Lava Lash to spread Flame Shock, or for Flame Shock ticks being able to proc. Honestly, that's what Hot Hand should be. Hot Hand should be your Flame Shock can proc Lava Lash to do 100% increased damage and resets its cooldown. That's what that should be. But that's RNG, but make it a little bit better. But Lava Lash, yeah. I wish Enhance actually had a charge or pull without having to slot into Feral Lunge, which you shouldn't be doing. Yeah. Well, I mean, I do right now for PvP because, I mean, frick it, I've got... So I'm actually running in PvE, correct. But in PvP, we're actually at a point where it's like there's so many priests that you're almost better off not taking Nature's Guardian, because Nature's Guardian will kill you during mind games instead. If Nature's Guardian goes off during mind games, you kill yourself. You don't, you like, it's a suicide ability. Fury doing better than Arms. It's true. Fury was doing better Arms. A Storm jump would be so dope. If you look, the median Boomkin is outperforming the best Enhanced Shaman. Yeah. I think Storm Strike should be nature damage, first off. That's like one of the biggest things. For me personally, that's like just one of the things I think that's just what it is. The other thing would be being able to control, either giving us all 3 Ellie Spirits effect, or giving us the ability to control which elemental wolves we got. Would be a huge change for this one. This would let us control like really large burst windows for certain things. Like, oh look, we got Hot Hand to proc. Let me pop Ellie Spirits so that I can get 40% damage increase on my Lava Lash as well as the burn tick dot from it, because I can pop double Fire Wolves, right? That kind of stuff. Torghast, Anima Power, Flame Shock. Dude, okay, you know what we're gonna get? I'm gonna tell you right now. You know what Here's what set effects are gonna be. Set effects are gonna be a power from freaking Torghast. That's what I'm already dreading. I'm already dreading that set gear effect powers are gonna be Torghast. So an anima power from Torghast. I can already see it. I agree, Tyre. I agree. Lightning Lasso, something that we should have had. What we really should have gotten is we should have gotten a new PvP talent, and it should have been Frozen Power, so that our Frost Shock rooted people again. Wouldn't we just have downtime during the fight? No. How would they implement us being able to control what wolves we get? It's really simple. There would actually be a really simple way to control what wolves you get. Literally, the type of damage, the two last sources of damage that you did based on type is what kind of wolves you would get. Or just make it the last type and it's just double, right? But you could have it be where it's like, you know, you crash lightning and then you frost shock. You're going to get a storm and you're going to get a frost wolf, right? You flame shock and lightning and lava lash, you're going to get double fire wolves. Right? Something like that, you know, in that capacity. You use elemental blast, you get all three, baby. Like, I don't know. Like that's just like there's so many like things that they could do with interaction that would make it work. I think shamans need a nerf. They seem OP. Yeah, okay, fire mage, shut up. Itchy over here is a fire mage. He's not allowed to talk. Literally playing the most busted class in the game right now. Itchy. I just think that there's too much RNG left to be decided for it enhances performance. Okay. Wind Fury proccing. 1. Stormbringer proccing. 2. Storm Flurry proccing. 3. What type of wolves you get. 4. If you want to run into it, Hot Hand. 5. Right? There are so many Torghast powers that could be baseline enhanced shaman abilities. Well, not so many, because a lot of them, like some of them would be stupid. Like, you know, if every time we dropped the totem, we got Bloodlust. I think Bloodlust should be off the GCD in PvP for us with shamanism. I don't know why it's on the GCD. We already have 8 million globals for setup. Do you ever switch grounding for Counter-Strike in a full melee? Really depends. Generally, no. You'd be better off taking like Swelling Waves over Counter-Strike Totem just to give yourself more healing, more survivability. The downside is we base almost everything off of Wind Fury procs, yet we can give Wind Fury to other melee DPS. Frost Shock running would be so nice. So it'd be amazing. Or maybe rework Ice Strike into a PvP town somehow. Well, so that's what I thought Ice Strike was going to be like initially. I thought Ice Strike was going to be our thing that let us... I thought it was going to have like a synergy with Frost Shock, which unfortunately it does not. Unfortunately it does not. But it's like, you know, the primary thing is that, you know, we're completely dependent on, oh, sorry, I left out one. Maelstrom generation procs. Factoring out, taking out like talents alone, not including any talents, all right? Wind Fury procs. Stormbringers procs. Maelstrom weapon procs. And those 3 things are our biggest contributors to our DPS. And they're all left up to RNG. Like the core basis of our class and how it functions and how we do DPS is determined off of RNG. And that's why we have times where we do really, really well, and then times where we do really, really bad, right? When everything lines up, when everything lines up and you're getting multiple Stormbringer procs, Wind Furies rolling, Storm Flurries procking, you're feeling so good. You're feeling, that's the thing. They are preying on that just dopamine hit of just like, oh yeah, jackpot, this is it. Oh, look at our DPS, it's so good, it's amazing. And you want to relive that experience over and over and over. So even though you're going through all those down times of the really bad enhancement shaman windows, where all those other pulls where your DPS just sucks, you stick to it because you just want that. You just want that one hit, that one pull where it's all gonna come together, and you're just gonna feel so good about it. That's what enhancement shaman is. Enhancement shaman is gambling. Does grounding totem absorb mind gains? Yes. It sucks right now. We're basically lesser monks, worse defense, lower mobility, less damage. Only redeeming thing to be grounding totem is amazing. Grounding totem is amazing, but you know, again, grounding totem can be destroyed. In-cap totem, capacitor totem can be destroyed. Can be walked out of too. So basically all enhancement shaman players are potentially gambling addicts. Yeah, pretty much. Your whole playstyle, you're every time you hit Storm Strike, you're pulling that lever. Every Storm Strike is a lever pull. Did we generate Maelstrom? Did we generate extra Maelstrom? Did we get Wind Fury hits? Did Storm Flurry proc? Did Stormbringer proc? Did we reset it? Like, you're pulling every time you hit Storm Strike. You are pulling that lever, hoping for the big hit, hoping for triple sevens, extra Maelstrom, Wind Fury, Stormbringer. Let's go, baby. Pull that lever. Let's go. Well, we used to have a charge system. We used to actually back in WoD was the last time where Storm Strike had multiple charges to it. I mean, it's people don't really think about it that much when they look at enhanced, but if you really sit down and if you just like sit down, look at the way the class functions, you will realize it really is a slot machine. Like in terms of its performance, you are 100% relying on RNG, and it sucks. And that's why I like eliminating as much RNG as I possibly can from my gameplay. Yeah, going from healing sucks while paladins get to just Word of Glory spam for no mana cost and definitively generate holy power numerous times over with multiple abilities. Yeah, feels good. It's like a slap in the face to us. Yeah, Itchy, I'm on YouTube and Twitch. I'm dual streaming. Welcome to the new BattleNet. I guess we have a new BattleNet. Oh, ours isn't updated. We don't have the new BattleNet yet. This is what the new BNet looks like. Oh, I didn't go. Frick. This is what the new BNet looks like, I guess. So what they did is they took your friends list and they moved it to the right side, and they took the games and they put them on top. They just did this. Or I guess this is still here. This hasn't even moved. They just made this bigger and they put this across here. Actually, it's more like this. Yeah, you literally just move this up here, and it's essentially the same BNet launcher. All right. Whatever. Okay, from now on, we call ourselves slot shamans. Yeah. Having Maelstrom and can't cast heals, it sucks. Yeah, looks like every other client nowadays. What if we got lucky enough to have an instant heal, or at least a better bubble that also heals over time? Bubble? I wish we had. That'd be a defensive. Why would we get a defensive as a shaman? We don't deserve those. Our mail armor hardly matters anymore. Or first of all, our mail armor, you don't even feel it because everybody's doing some sort of magic damage. Warriors are able to condemn, Spirit Bastion, right? Those things all do magic damage. Condemning especially is shadow damage, so it completely bypasses your armor. Every caster for what it is. Hunters, arcane shotting, and their wild spirits. Rogues have the shadowy damage replication. Echoing reprimand as well. Also magic damage bypasses armor. Paladins just don't do physical damage. Like your armor value hardly matters at this point in the game. Everybody has magic damage of some sort at this point. But I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and see. I mean, the only thing we can do is continue to provide feedback, voice, you know, the dissatisfaction with the state of the class. I mean, like overall, the class feels, for me, the class feels way better to play than it did in BFA. I did not like the way it played in BFA. BFA, you literally only hit, like, you were just Storm Strike spamming. You hit Lava Lash if you were capped on your Maelstrom, and other than that, like you were that was like the one thing is that like that your Azurite trait, Roiling Storms, was like the one thing that reduced the RNG on Stormbringer. You were always guaranteed to get a Stormbringer every 20 seconds no matter what. So that filled in the gap a little bit. But other than that, it was just like upkeep your weapon imbuements and hit Storm Strike, hit Storm Strike, hit Storm Strike, hit Storm Strike. Over and over and over and over. Astral Shift should decrease more damage or do more. Why do hunters get turtle and feign death and we get nothing? It's more of why don't we have anything that we can use while we're CC'd? That's more of my thing. Like we literally can't counter a rogue opener. We're legitimately forced to trinket rogue opener and pop Astral Shift, in which then they just reset and then you die. Once your Astral Shift drops. It's primarily the fact that we are completely susceptible to death in a single CC. We're not able to use Astral Shift while we're CC'd. Ellie Shamans are at least able to do like Thundercloud Burst and knock people away. Also, if they have their Elemental out, their Elemental can provide a 40% damage reduction and also stun the person that's hitting them. So that's a thing too, for Ellie at least. No, I think we should just get Shamanistic Rage back. I think we should just get Shamanistic Rage. You won't pull a rogue out of stealth unless they get... Unless a rogue gets closer to you than they need to for sap, you will never pull them out of stealth because the furthest away you can hit them is 8 yards on your Crash Lightning, because Crash Lightning is a melee ranged ability, while their sap is ranged at like 12 yards. So they can actually outrange your Crash Lightning. So unless you get ridiculously lucky, you will never get a rogue out of stealth as an enhancement shaman. No, we should just get Shamanistic Rage back. Even if it was just a PvP talent. I used to with Magma Totem. Yeah, well, Magma Totem hasn't been around for a hot minute. But yeah, I don't know. It's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. There's so much that they could do. What's your opener for Castle Nathria bosses? Depends on the boss. But generally, you know, you open with Ascendant. I mean, it depends, like, you know, on pull for a boss, you know, if there's going to be an ad that immediately follows up, you know, I'll hold Ascendance for a moment. But generally you open with an Ascendance. Live our Thor dreams. Well, that's the thing. I think Crashing Storm should be baseline to Crash Lightning, first of all. This should be a baseline effect, period. Ascendance should be baseline. Honestly, just put Ascendance back baseline and our class comes together, because now, like, we have interesting, like, other options here. I don't know why Ascendance is a talent. It's... they even made it a legendary. Like, no! You clearly want us to have it. You made it a talent and a legendary. Frick. There's so many things that they could do, though. There's so many things that they could do to make Enhancement Shaman interesting and more enjoyable. Just better. Just better. Hey, just think right now it's just we're too RNG oriented. You know, I think we need to have more things that do definitive Maelstrom generation, but also I think Lava Lash needs to do more damage. Considering it's on a 10-second cooldown. First of all, it's a 10-second cooldown and it does pitiful amounts of damage. Right? 1,300 damage. Right? And that's with a 46% damage increase on top of its 100% damage increase. So first of all, it gets a 100% damage increase for, you know, Flame Tongue being on it. And then we're amplifying it by another 46% here on our own. And it still only does 1285, right? Frost Shock does 1135. Frost Shock does more damage than Lava Lash. And it's half the cool. It does the same damage as Lava Lash, and it's like half the cooldown. Like, it's pitiful. Wonder if making Sunder a little smaller but go all around us would be efficient. Thunder already has a really small hitbox, actually. I mean, I've literally, like, you could, like, its distance is there, but it's actually really narrow. Like, I can Sunder right here and it won't hit either target. Oh, no, we were close on this one. See, well, okay, that was actually really weird. It actually hit... That's actually funny. It actually hit... I swear I saw the damage number over there. Hold on. I want to see which one it hit. It looked like the damage number was for the Dungeoneers, but it said it was on the Raiders. I'd say we're about the same distance apart on them, right? Roughly. Give or take. No, didn't hit either one. That one we actually didn't hit either one. So, you know, you can miss that on that. I've had it pointed right at a boss and didn't do any damage. It's just, its hitbox is a little wonky, but yeah. In that case, we would need to have consistent Maelstrom generation. That's what I was wondering if they make a full AoE like Ellie's pushback, if that compensated us, make a baseline and replace it. There's just so many things. What if we use Maelstrom for Storm Strike? Storm Strike costs 2 Maelstrom, causes it strike with both weapons, and we can use Storm Strike as long as we have Maelstrom. I don't like that idea. Because now where, one, are you getting your Maelstrom from? Two, there's the other thing. We don't have like a filler ability anymore. Right? Like we don't have anything that we can fill with. Like we do have downtime. Like they'd have to bring back like Rock Bitter to generate Maelstrom, which would be, I was not a fan of Rock Bitter, but you know, it could work. But then the problem with that now is that you're not generating Maelstrom enough. Okay, if you use Maelstrom for your Storm Strike, you're never gonna have Maelstrom for healing. Now you really are choosing. You either do damage or you heal yourself. You don't get to do both at that point at all. You're really picking and choosing then. That is a guaranteed Maelstrom generator and much more frequent, because if you're going to use Maelstrom to do DPS with Storm Strike, you're going to need a lot of Maelstrom to also be able to heal yourself, considering you have no defensives. But it is what it is. For right now, though, guys, we actually, wow, this went on so much longer. You guys are awesome. You guys are actually amazing. I love you guys. I was planning to end stream like an hour ago, but we just got off onto just a super lengthy talk about the state of Enhancement Shamans, and I love it. I love talking about Enhancement Shaman. Like, I'm upset about the state of the class overall, but I love talking about it. Like, I love Enhancement Shaman. I love being able to talk about it. That's why I started making videos around it. Which, by the way, we killed Heroic Altimore, and we're going to be posting the video for that tomorrow morning for you guys, so you can check that out from our perspective. We used Legacy of the Frostwitch for it, so you can see how we did on that. But like, this is just like, this is what I like doing. This is what I like doing, dude. Just increase Crash Lightnings, increase Storm Strike. Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, just, you know. Crash Lightning, guaranteed Maelstrom, depending on number of NPC hits, or if it's boss, we get more. I mean, Crash Lightning generating Maelstrom would be nice, and Lava Lash generating Maelstrom would be nice too. There's a lot of things they could do. There's so many things they could do. Heroic or Mythic? Mythic. It's Mythic Altimore. No. All our stuff, we're on Mythic progression for our guild right now. We're on to Mythic progression. We posted our Heroic Sire Denathrius kill as well from last week. I'm not gonna post our Mythic Shriekwings ever until we clean those up, because let's just say there are some people who aren't very good in our raid group with the lantern situation. We end up with like 5 people dying all the time. So once we clean those up, we'll post a Shriekwing kill for you guys once people stop dying in it so much. But now we're gonna be doing Hungering Destroyer progression tonight, and we'll see how far we can get. What do we have to do to get Blizz to buff Enhancement? Oh, did I say Heroic? Sorry. Mythic Altimore. No, we killed Heroic Altimore long time ago. No, we're on to Mythic. We did Mythic Altimore. What do we need for Blizz to buff Enhancement? Oh, for them to not hate it. I don't know what it is, but they just don't like Enhancement doing well. They just don't like it. They don't like it when we do well. But I think it's more of they just don't know what to do with the class, which is insane to me, because it blows my mind, because I feel like Blizzard doesn't know what they want to do with Enhancement Shaman, but it's actually the class that has the most amount of possibilities in terms of what you could do with its gameplay style. because it's the only hybrid class that you can really have like that melee caster representation of like the side of it being like this melee class that's able to fire off spells instantaneously. Right? No other class can do that. Like Feral can do that with like Moonfire. It's Moonfire, whatever. Right? Like every druid can Moonfire. But it's like we're this class that, you know, we're able to summon wolves. We're able to go into this Ascendance form. We're able to fire off, you know, bolts of lightning and elemental stuff, as well as shocks. And then our, you know, in the melee, we're able to smack them with our Storm Strike and our Lava Lash and all these other things. There's so many cool things that they can do with this class. There's so many creative things that they can do with it. Death Knights can, right? I mean, Howling Blast, I suppose. But like that's it. Like it's like one thing. Right? I don't really consider like Breath of Sindragosa. Oh no, we'll find out though. I'll find out who's in charge of designing Enhancement Shaman, and we'll give them access to our OnlyFans for free. If they make changes to Enhancement Shaman. I don't know, we'll see. I think it's gonna be really quick. I think it's interesting. Real quick, I just want to touch on it because tomorrow we are going to be watching the AWC. There's definitely some things to watch for the AWC. Unfortunately, I do not think we will see a single Enhancement Shaman in the AWC, which is why it's so insane when you listen to and you see people in trade chat and in the game talk about how Enhancement Shaman is like, you have these people who are saying like Enhancement Shaman is incredibly strong right now. It's broken. It does stupid amounts of damage and healing. But like, once you get past a certain rating, that stops being the case. The people who just like fall over to Wind Fury damage aren't people who PvP regularly. If you've actually watched any of the high level PvP people PvP, Enhancement Shaman gets rolled a majority of the time because it's already been discovered how you counter it, because it's just Doom Winds with them, right? Everybody's running Doom Winds in PvP right now for the ones that are doing it for Enhancement Shaman. And outside of Doom Winds, you don't bring anything that another class can't bring. And your burst is predictable and counterable. They see you put down that Wind Fury totem, CC you, disarm you, kite you, you know, immune you, retell you. Like there's numerous things they can do to negate or mitigate your Doom Winds window, right? That's not so much the case with other classes, like a Ret Paladin per se, where they can just slap you at any time, right? But here's the thing. There is nothing that an Enhancement Shaman brings that another class cannot bring. Literally. Like the only thing an Enhancement Shaman can bring that another class can't bring is Grounding Totem. But like Warrior has Spell Reflect, right? So it's like, it's kind of there, but not really. It's obviously not the same, but it works, right? Like instead of grounding a polymorph, you can actually reflect the polymorph back at the mage, and they shoot themselves, and that can actually be like huge, right? But you know, without that Doom Winds window, you don't have anything other than being able to like off heal really well. But you're really squishy and easy to kill with the way the meta is right now, with the comps. You're gonna see a lot of Warrior, Windwalker, Ret. Warrior, Windwalker, Ret is going to be the three main melee DPS that you will see in these AWCs more than likely. And it's just, you know, it's just what it is. The top melee right now are able to completely destroy anything that an enhancement can do. Like I try to put it this way for people. Enhancement is able to do well because of the people that it's in a composition with. Holy Paladin, Warrior, Windwalker, Ret, etc. It's able to do well because of its comp that it's able to be in. It is able to do well because of its dependencies on other classes. Whereas Warrior, Windwalker, Ret, they're able to do well not because of enhancement. They're able to do well on their own as they are as a standalone class. Their class does not have any, it is not dependent on another class to help them perform in a PvP setting. Enhancement is dependent on other classes to make up for its own inefficiencies. CC, mobility, defensives, survivability. Like, you are totally dependent on like a warrior intervening you, a paladin bubbling you, things like that. You are dependent on that in those scenarios. Those other classes aren't dependent on that. Not seeing Enhancement Shaman being played tomorrow can be a good thing, since Blizzard can take notice and try to get enhanced into higher rating PvP, hopefully. But that's the thing is I really do feel like Blizzard does take feedback from the forums, and like the forums are literally, there's so many things. Oh my god, the forums are a nightmare. Forums are like the worst place ever to take any sort of feedback from. It's actually terrifying, the things that go on in the forums. But we'll see. But yeah, guys, I wanted to end stream a long time ago. I need to go eat and get food and everything else. I'm starving, but you guys have been awesome, and I thank you so much for hanging out while we ranted and talked about, you know, the class. You know, you wouldn't be here if you didn't like Enhancement Shaman the same way I do. Like, just know, like, I talk about Enhancement Shaman the way I do because I love the class and I'm passionate about it, and I want it to be in a decent spot. I don't need it to be amazing. I don't need it to be broken. I don't need it to be a Windwalker monk, you know, being freaking the top face rolling PvP class while also face rolling Castle Nathria and M+. I just want it to do what it's supposed to do. I want it to be decent, not subpar, right? Not, you know, just hindered by numerous things. But yeah, so we're gonna get on out of here though. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for hanging out. And Lapas, you just joined as we're ending. But top 10 to 15 and I'll be happy? Sure. But yeah, I'm actually hopping out right now, Lapas. I appreciate you stopping by. Guys, be sure to like, subscribe, anything you want to do to help support the channel. You know, I appreciate it. If you are somebody who watches us on Twitch and you're ever thinking about subbing to us on Twitch, don't. Go to our YouTube and join as a member for the channel instead there. It is cheaper to do so. And you get the same perks in terms of the chat privileges, as well as other perks like potentially, you know, member only posts and whatnot that we do on the page. But yeah, it's only $1.99 to join as a member to the channel on our YouTube. It's $4.99 on Twitch. Save yourself $3. It makes a difference. But yeah, take care, everybody. Sleep well, eat well, and stay healthy. Take care of yourselves, and have fun. Have a good one.